Bandito, so I was having a conversation the other day in a chat forum of one of my videos, whatever you call it, comment section, and somebody brought up the Ridgeway's Pride chest piece, and I realized that I haven't created a build for Ridgeway's Pride in some time, and I think the best or the last build that I can remember where this chest piece really shined was probably that Captain America build, I think. The one that used the deflector shield, because the deflector shield's bullets or the deflections caused the bleed for Ridgeway's Pride, so it was a really nice pair up. Anyway, so I thought, you know what? Let's come up with something really cool for this chest piece, because it's not a bad chest piece. It's just it's often outshined by that Memento backpack. So if you're up for the challenge, so am I. Let's do it. Okay, so that's the challenge for today. What we're going to be working on is Ridgeway's Pride chest piece, right? And you know, this one's actually really good. So if you didn't get this, I don't know, when did it come out, guys? Like TU12, I think. It's been some time, right? Same time the Memento and the Backfire came out. So that was actually a really good season. Anyways, this one basically applies bleed to enemies within 15 meters. It comes with crit chance and crit damage, but that bleed is really cool because it repairs from 3 to 48% of your armor, depending on how many enemies are bleeding. And let's just admit it, it is rare that you're standing around 5 enemies, especially in heroic content, which is where most people spend most of their time. The reality is that enemies usually come to you in clumps of 3, right? Clumps of 3. So I think the reality is that we're working with basically 12%, anywhere between 3 and 12% armor regen. So 3% I could say is, well, that's at least equal to what the Memento's giving us. So that's great. So we got that, right? And of course we got crit chance and crit damage slot. So that's also nice. 6% is great. 12% is awesome. I mean, I would love 48%, but that's just gonna be rare. All right, so, you know, the crits is great, but anyways, the bleed is great, but I don't care. What I think the best thing about this chest piece is the armor regen. So, okay, so armor regen, but the problem that we often face with Ridgeway's Pride, if you've been using this chest piece or if you ever have in the past, is that the enemies are usually dead before they can actually give you any of that armor regen. So that's the challenge we're up for today. So welcome everybody. I'm happy to be doing another stream on Saturday nights. I'm kicking it off a little bit late because I had a family birthday / barbecue to get to, and you know, so I got my tummy filled with some nice barbecue. So now I'm ready to be here in the lab and come out with something cool that you guys can run for the coming weeks and events. This Tuesday we got, what is it called, the Hollywood event. So check your events. I got quite a few builds coming out for this event. So one is going to be an explosive build, unlimited seeker build. So I'm gonna give you an option there on unlimited seekers that you might like better than your standard hardwire set because it would hit harder. So we'll take a look at that. Also gonna be looking at a tip of the spear build. So I'm gonna give you an option for that as well. But as you can see, you're gonna need explosive EMPs or special weapon damage. So anyways, look forward to that. And then right behind that, we have Golden Bullet and Reanimated. These are top 2 global events in any season, really. So we love these events. So lots of fun, but in the coming weeks. So we'll be doing some builds to explore those. Anyway, special shout out to the mods, OG Dancing Bear, Reaper, Squatty. What's up, everybody? And then also wanted to do a special shout out to Reaper Hawk, who is joining us on Twitch right now. And Reaper Hawk has recently joined or become a commander. He was a commander before, but a commander of one of the Tux clans. So I'd like to give a nice welcome to Reaper Hawk. Anyways, he's been tons of help. I know you guys know who he is because we run a lot together lately, especially over the last several weeks. We've been running more and more together, having tons of fun. So Anyways, so who else has joined us? Grumpy, what up? Grumpy has kicking it with us on the YT side. Love it. 5-star killer, what up? What up? Robert Scott. And Chevy Muscle, recognizing 5 months as a true bandito. What up, Chevy? Nice, man. Appreciate the support to the channel. All of you guys with your little funny skulls. Your beautiful bandito skulls. Okay, so let's talk builds. Builds, you guys ready? Good builds. Okay, so this is not an easy feat, all right? This is not easy. So I don't have any build on right now. This is just random. So again, what we are talking about is armor regen, and our challenge is that this is a weird challenge. This is a weird thing, right? Bleeding, if the enemies are dead, they're not regenerating you. So do you hear the problem here? So you're like, well, what's the point of the armor regen? So if you go, you want to have this strong build, and you put Wicked and you put Sadist, and you know, you make this really strong build, but if you kill that enemy, he's not regenerating you. So and it's a stupid idea to reverse the bleed, right? Because in other words, like, okay, let's make the build weak because I don't want to kill them too fast so that I can get that armor regen. I mean, that's just, that's silly, right? That's silly. So I think that requires a unique approach to the build, right? So how do we provide value to a team scenario or even solo, right? Where we're taking advantage of that armor regen just enough to where our time to kill can kind of pull through and whittle the enemies down, you know? And so I think like these types of builds are like, well, one build I think of is sort of like a high protection from elites build, right? Where you still have a lot of reds on your build, but you compensate with that 12% armor regen so that to compensate for not having as much armor, right? Or something like that. I don't know. But I think a lot of it's also gonna have to do with the weapon, right? So, you know, the weapon's gotta, you know, maybe it's like the Eagle Bearer. The problem with the Eagle Bearer is that when you go immune, you can't, your healing is like going to waste, right? When you're immune, your healing's going to waste. So that seems like a dud, right? Blue screen, not really. The blue screen's horrible inside 15 meters, so that's a dud. The Bullet King is, in my opinion, kind of weak. It's, I mean, but it's a possibility. It's got a little damage. Pestilence is horrible inside 15 meters. As a Scorpio would work, but it's got a small mag. And all these things matter because when you're standing in front of a group of enemies, if you have 3 to 5 enemies in front of you, your first job is not, you don't want to focus fire. You want to spread your ammo across all of them, right? Shoot them all and then get them all bleeding, and then you focus fire and kind of pull them down one at a time, right? So anyways, we need to come up with something cool. And this is not going to be easy. That's the point of all of this. So anyway, so we got the Ridgeway's Pride. One of the things I was thinking of is that we can put together a high red Heartbreaker build. That would be pretty cool. Then also, because when we hit them in it, the cool thing about Heartbreaker is that we can get the pulse just by shooting them in the head, right? So that could be kind of neat. This Wicked, you know, Wicked is nice, don't get me wrong. It's like a very good, like alternative to Vigilance, right? Where is this thing? Where's my Wickeds? Oh, they're in the stash. So I got lots of Wickeds. I brought over some Wickeds so we can play with that. But I'm not real excited for Wicked. You know, it's just, you know, damage. We're just flat out weapon damage. So it's just like, I mean, that's okay, but, you know, I guess it just depends on the direction we go. Like if we go, like that one's kind of interesting, like an all red there. One thing I was thinking about was going all red, but increasing our armor values by using pieces like Usina Getica, you know, where it gives you 5% total armor, and then running a Gila, and then, you know, doing something like that. Then I got this Cheska Wicked, so we could go like high armor, max crits, and then Wicked and Sadist type combo. Bonus armor on top of the regen so that the regen is working better. So that's what would be a Bloodsucker build, right? So the Matador would serve the same purpose, right? So put bonus armor over the armor regen so that way it could heal and we're not taking damage, and then, you know, take damage and we're re-healing, kind of cycle it through. Of course, we have opportunistic options. Striker is also a compliment. Hunter's Fury, the enemies die too quick. Negotiators, maybe, because negotiators wouldn't be bad, would it? Because that would be one to try. That would be interesting. The reason why is because you got to mark your targets anyways, right? You got to mark your targets. Let's start there. Let's start there. Because you got to spread, you got to tag all, the idea is to tag all the bullets anyways. So let's, actually, we were talking about this. I mentioned it a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about, like, let's do a tanky negotiators build. Let's do that. I like that idea. Cool. So welcome everybody that's just jumped in. So the center of the build today will be Ridgeway's Pride. Not an easy chess piece because it's extremely outshined by the memento in many cases, right? And the reason why, like, well, what does it have to do with the memento? It's the distance, okay? It's the distance. So the memento plays inside 15 meters. And so does Ridgeway's Pride, right? I mean, a memento, obviously you can shoot them from 100 meters, but I mean, like, you know, it's a close and personal, it's a run and gun. And this is asking you sort of for the same thing too. You, of course, you can play from cover 15 meters, but, you know. One of the other builds I just want to mention real quick that we could work on is also a Regulus build, right? Blowing up enemies causes bleed. So the problem is that, you know, you might be killing enemies too fast. I know that sounds silly, but there's nobody left to bleed and to heal you if they're all dead because you're one-shotting them. You know what I mean? If you are able to one-shot them, I don't know. Okay, so what I'm looking for are and I think I found one, right? Okay, so crit chance, so we're gonna drop that one. So what I'm gonna do is make a tanky negotiators. And what I might do also is stray away from the backpack, like go away from the backpack. I might stay with the backpack. I think, like, okay, so here's another negotiator's mask. That one's got weapon damage. A lot of my negotiators on my other characters, so we're gonna have to go over there to pull it in. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't have these two pieces. So let's go pull in some more pieces. Let's get some armor ones in here. And then, okay, so what I'm thinking so far, so if we do negotiators, you kind of want a high rate of fire weapon, right? I was thinking Foundry too, RH72, good one. Foundry might be up there with it too, right? Heals on top of regen, kind of go like a high red Foundry or even a tanky one, you know, either way. The only thing that was holding me for going, what gun would we use with that? Let me ask you that question. Could we go, this could be interesting. Like we could go M19, a strong SMG. So this has got crits. Negotiators about crits also, right? And then we could come in with like a really strong SMG. Okay, let's just go bring over some more pieces real quick. But the gun is going to be a really interesting question. I was thinking we could, ongoing is good too. I'm not sure I have any armor. The thing about ongoing directive is that you feel pretty vulnerable out there. I don't know why, but you do. And so I think if I ran, this is going to be close and personal out of cover for the most part. And so I think I would want to, something that could take a couple of hits. And ongoing directive can too, so I would want to add armor to that. The only thing is that, well, ongoing directive gives you status effects and it gives you a faster reload. And it also causes, you're kind of making waste of the bleed, I guess, too, that the chest provides. I mean, obviously it gets you that ammo, but from there, now that I think about it, playing off of memory, I've had a hard time with I don't know if you guys have, but the Ridgeway's Pride ongoing directive combo. For some reason, it glitches out to me. I'll be shooting an enemy like literally toe to toe with him, and I don't see the bleed happening. I'll bring some ongoing directive over anyways. So let's see, negotiators. There we go. This is a. I've been collecting some armor pieces for negotiators. Let's pull them over. Let's see. Negotiators. That one will hold armor. So that one. It would be cool to come up with like this, a nice foundry run. Look at foundry with status effects. What if we maxed out the status effects on? Would that do anything for us? I mean, obviously it keeps the bleed going, but do we like that idea? Applying blindness, snare, confuser, shock for ensnare, blind, ensnare, confuser, shock, bonus armor on a Gruppo. Also interesting. I'll pull that over. Huh. Banshee with Sadist. Nice. I see that wildfire. I see you. I see you. Good suggest. See, I got all these foundry status effect pieces. I might pair that up with the blue screen later. What do you guys think? All status effects, weapon damage, foundry build? Maybe no status effects and armor on a foundry. I'm sorry, not foundry. Blue screen. Blue screen. And that's because we'd run the biomask with it. So the status effects would make the biomass stronger. So, and then the foundry would allow you to stay out of cover to shoot longer. That's kind of the point of that. Let's see. So here's another ongoing. Here's a tanky negotiators. Good. I think that was better than this one, so I'll cancel that one. It's like shopping, huh? You want to come shop in my closet, guys? Got lots of good shit for you to play with. Lots of good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of gear. It's like shopping when I go in my own closet. I come here. So negotiators tank. Yeah, I like the idea of a tanky negotiators though. Do you see any of that? You guys see any of that? You see any tanky negotiators out there? I'm really curious on your guys' questions. I mean, your suggestions on weapon. Can I get some weapon suggestions? What do you guys think? Exotic, non-exotic? Do we run sadist? Do we go SMGs because we're playing close in? Or do we go shotguns? Or are those just better with the Hunter's Fury and just leave it at that? So we go assault rifle. What about the no scope sniper? What about the no scope? What did we call it? Well, the artist tool would be kind of cool too, right? Like close in headshots with 11% weapon damage for each. That'd be cool, right? Stacking 5 times, because then the armor regen is hoping to soak that up. I'm gonna pull that in just for fun. Obviously, Sadist is really powerful, so that's on the table. The SVD, no scope SVD is what I was saying. That'd be cool, right? Okay, actually, let me make sure I got enough resources. So let me load up electronics here. Perfect clutch with the apartment. Oh, clutch is not a bad idea, Lordy. Good one, Lord Zyron. Love the idea. I think those of you who are saying vampire build, are you saying clutch? Is that what you're trying to say, like old school ones? Monsieur says True Patriot, I see you. But I like the clutch. I wasn't thinking of clutch. That's a great idea. So if we go clutch, let me make sure I have all the, I think I have those clutch pieces already over there. But if we go clutch, we want a high rate of fire, don't we? We want things like the CTARs or the vectors. Let me just make sure if I do have a vector, I'll pull it over. Take that Dark Winter just in case. Okay, so let me bounce over to one other character real quick. Vector with Sadist Gold. Yeah, that's a great idea. To pick up that lack of weapon damage. So Sadist is what? 25% multiplicative damage, right? 25% multiplicative damage off of bleeding targets. What would be better than that out there? Nothing, right? I mean, I guess Flatline. Wouldn't Flatline be basically better? Obviously, you need the pulse for Flatline to work, but Flatline's 20, perfect Flatline that is 20% amp damage, which is better than 25% multiplicative damage in most cases. Div G, Div, what up, Div, brother? And the grudge for the weapon. The grudge, oh, but I don't like the grudge. What about the one, what about vindictive? What about vindictive? What is vindictive? Let's just go look at vindictive is more crit chance, more crit damage on status affected targets. That'd be cool too, right? Is it less than sadist though, right? I don't remember. Let me just look. So vindictive is 15%. So yeah, but it also gives you crit chance. So that's what sadist doesn't do. Sadist doesn't give you crit chance. So that could be interesting. What if we use the orbit in this, guys? Right? What if we also do like a Ridgeway's Pride orbit? Because if we're running, what is Negotiators all about? Crits, right? Crits, 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 crits. And so if we also bring in the orbit and just get like this really high, crazy crit chance, crit damage, but we need to bleed to get there because, you know, we're popping from this to that to this. Orbit, like whatever, the orbit plus vindictive, that would be interesting too, right? Or the orbit plus sadist is probably smarter. So let's go ahead and bring in the carnage. I mean, I'm not a big fan of using this close range. It's at 15 meters, so but we'll bring it anyways. Anybody like using that inside 15 meters? Speak up, speak up. The Savage Wolverine is also an amazing option. Why? Because of the distance in which you're playing. And it's got a great RPM. So let's bring that. It's not sadist, but I'll take 38% weapon damage versus 25% multiplicative, right? And you just got a chain kill. So let's move that one over. Yeah, anybody use that whatever perfect sadist LMG at close range? Is it a nightmare? The mop could be interesting. Pick up armor on kill to stack it. No scope, White Death. 1886 doesn't have the RPMs. So, yeah, no. Probably no. We got a couple cool options, but let me see. Let me make sure I got my orbit over here because I think that'd be fun to stack the crits. You know, the orbit is a perfect finisher. So swapping from this weapon within 10 seconds of killing the target gives you 35% crit chance and 40% crit damage. So I think that plus vindictive is probably too much, right? We go over our crit chance, but interesting. We'll see. I like that idea though. I think we're onto something. So let's just look at our weapon stash here and make sure we got everything we want before we go over. Perpetuation. Headshots grant 50% status effect damage and duration to the next status effect applied. Probably not. Okay. We also got this. This is nice. It's fast, right? 1200 RPM, tactical vector. So we could use this just to spread the damage. I'll bring the apartment over because perfectly measured is fast, right? And unreliant on anything that's active, which is nice. It's independent. We're going to need this vector because if we want to add sadist to a vector, then we'll need that one. I think we got them all. I think that's what I was after with those vectors. So, and I think I have an all red Gila too, so we can play into longer status effects. I don't know if that's a bad idea or a good one, but we'll do that. I might want to go crazy, just so you know. I might want to go crazy on yeah, foxes with status effects. On armor regen, so I might want to pump up the armor regen I can, get extra, like run a Bellstone or something, have an underlining armor regen to help that armor regen, or maybe that's a waste, we'll see. So let's take over this Golem. That's a red Golem. That's an all red Golem too right there, so we'll take those. All right, I think that's good. All right, switching characters. And we're back. That was a slow loading time. Okay. So we got a couple of things going. So, but I like. Let's start with the clutch. I like the clutch. Let's see. Where's my perfect clutch? It's somewhere around here. Maybe I have it on me already. A Devil's Due. There it is. Boom. So let's pull that crit chance. So we're gonna have already a lot of crit chance. So. Yeah, we're already at 60. The 1886 is strong. So this is what, like, it's really strong. So I want to try it with this. Let's pull in our negotiator. So we're going to armor up on the negotiator. The problem, the downside of armoring up is that clutch works better when you have a weapon, damage course. Sorry, that's the word I was looking for. So damage course. So, you know, that's the downside of armoring up, right? So we're gonna have to find a balance there. So that's what the build would look like. It feels a little vulnerable. Let's pull in that orbit. All right, so we're gonna try to boost our crit. So I think that's the goal. I'm thinking, and this is hard. I play on the Xbox. This is hard for an Xbox player to be realistic. Is that switching, reliably rotating to your pistol and then going back to the same weapon? You can. It's really easy to overshoot and end up at your shotgun, or end up at whatever. So you need all these weapons to make sense. So you don't want to accidentally switch to your pistol, from your pistol to your shotgun, and then lose some sort of buff, or accidentally switch from your SMG to your shotgun instead of your pistol, and then lose some sort of buff. So all of these have to make sense if you're going to rotate into a pistol on console. It's just we have one tap Y, double tap Y, triple tap Y to go to your sidearm, and then when you pull out of it, you just got to single tap to go back to your last weapon. If you double tap on accident, which is a bad habit of mine, you end up at the next weapon, and it's annoying. Okay, so I got 2 Dark Winters. I'm gonna crush that one. All right, and then I think this Vector is gonna come in handy. I think the Savage Wolverine's gonna come in handy. We'll take the Carnage with us. And I'm gonna try the Parachute. It'd be kind of interesting to also walk in with 100% headshot damage. Artist tool, boom. There's also the concept of like spraying them with the ACS shotgun and then switching to the other weapon, right? So that's a thing. That's a thing. You run it just like a Heartbreaker build, right? Spray everybody, get them all bleeding, and then bloom. How long does that bleed last? It lasts does it say? Shooting an enemy within 15 meters applies bleed to the target. It doesn't really say, does it? Best builds for farm floor 10, and some really strong oxidizer builds. So skill damage, max skill damage. So, but I'm not an expert up farm floor 10 farming builds. You know, when I've gone in there, the few times I've done it, I haven't done it a lot. I go in there with I've used the oxidizer build. You need at least one of those, not 2. 1 DPS and then 1 Eclipse. So 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000, 6 1000, 7 1000, 8 1000, 9 1000, 10 1000. So 10 seconds. 10-second bleed. Okay, that's great. So you can get him to bleed for 10 seconds. Okay, that's good. So maybe I want to get out of perfect clutch. You know what I mean? I think I do. because I think our crits are too high on the chance. So like, so the only thing that perfect clutch, I think I have a non-perfect one here. Yeah. So the only thing that perfect clutch gives you an advantage of is when you're below 20% of your armor. She says if you're below 20%, where non-perfect, I think it's like 15% if you're below 15%. So, you know, but if we drop to like a Grupo, and just as an example, I'm not necessarily gonna do that. Then as you can see, we're still at 60, so we're way high. And check this out. This doesn't even have a mod. Okay, so that tells you like if we go to the vector, we're gonna be way high on crit chance, right? So that's way high on crit chance. So, because that's got mod slots. So we need to drop our crits, basically, is crit chance. So let's find, and some of these are fixed. Like I don't have another fucking holster, that sucks, right? I don't have another tanky glove option. Do I? I mean, I got a red one, I think, here, somewhere around here, right? Here it is, crit damage, so we could do that. That's good. We did do that. So let's swap this to that. Now where are we at? Still 60. That's interesting. Repair skills, status effects, bloodsucker. Huh. Okay. Because what if you took out bloodsucker and put on shock and awe and gave yourself 20% more heals on bleeding targets? It's kind of like clutch, right? Armor. You could also put on something like a bonus armor is what I'm thinking. And then of course we have the backpacks we could test too, so I'm gonna bring that over. And then let's see here. So Grupo with bloodsucker there. Grupo crit damage headshot. No. I need one without crit chance. A Bellstone would work. Give us more armor regen. I don't know if we want that, but Wicked, we could go Wicked. The problem, let me tell you the problem with going damage, all right? So we don't want to put damage. We don't want to do Wicked on negotiators, because if you're going to go damage, then just go with the negotiator's backpack, because the negotiator's backpack is going to give you 40% more damage to each tag target. So, you know. So you got to go, I think that with negotiators, if you're not going to run a backpack, then that means it's because you have a really good reason to run a defense, which we do because we're going to play close and personal. So, you know, so I like the clutch idea, or adrenaline rush, or or bloodsucker. So I'm just looking for a good backpack to put on. I guess we could do that one for now. Let me just use that one. Put on clutch. I don't want to use perfect clutch. It's too much crit chance. And that's because I'm going to try to bring that pistol in. I'm going to try to get that crits way up there. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. Okay, I'll change that back down. So I want to bring this in for an additional 40% crit hit damage. And if I fumble through it, I'll abandon that idea because it's pretty much a pain. So we're still at 60. So let's change this to crit damage. Crit damage. Crit damage. All right. I'll change the specialization, but we're still at 60. All right. Crit damage. Crit damage. That was stuck at crit chance. That one will re-roll, and then I do have crit chance there. Let me see if I have another negotiator's knee option. I don't. Okay, so we're gonna be high on crits. Actually, let me switch to the 1978 just to be sure. Yeah, still at 60. Fuck. So much crits. It's a waste. It just seems so wasteful. I mean, we could. That one's not bad. Take off bloodsucker there. There we go. It drops us right below it. So, okay. So we're just over by 1, and that doesn't concern me too much. Now that I can see that. Okay, let me go back to where we just were. That bellstone. For now, we'll change it if we. Okay. So we're only over by about 6%. So that's cool. That's cool. Okay, and then backpack. We're gonna recal this to. Clutch. Yeah, it's gonna be. This is gonna be tough to switch to that pistol. I see you. I see you. Okay, so and then we're gonna load up on crit damage. Then we're gonna change that. Actually, we could. Do we need more crit damage? 125? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. See, we're gonna get 40% crit damage eventually from this set. You know, so that puts us at 165. If I run the vector, we're at 140. We'll start with the vector. I'm gonna put the Savage Wolverine over here because I'm gonna try that too. Crit chance, large mag. So if we look at stats and switch over that, we're at 53, so we're a little short there. That Savage Wolverine is awfully attractive on this. Okay, so we're gonna put recal the SMG. Oh, we need to buy some money. Load up on that. I'm always crafting, so I end up running out of E-credits. I used to have millions upon millions upon millions. Upon millions upon millions upon millions and millions. And I ran out of money from crafting shit. Can you believe that? It's crazy if you think about it. So we can take this to Sadist also. And take that to Sadist. And then, oh wait, we still got the gloves to change. I'm gonna pull that to armor. So that pulls to 1.3, is that where we're at? Yep, 1.3, 3 core, 3-3 split, I like that. All right. And so I was thinking protection from elites, you know, for this is sort of a heroic build, right? So protection from elites to, yeah, let's try that. And the reason why is because I'm gonna pick up crit damage. The idea is to pick up crit damage off of this pistol, if I can remember to do it. So let's try this first. Just three mods. That'll make, see, the protection from elites will make that armor regen stronger because it's not being negated by enemy damage. Same with clutch. And then we want our specialization. I guess I'm thinking we need gunner, right? Either that or survivalist double heals, or gunner armor on kill. Fireball if we want the shield that'll break on us all the time. Let's just start with gunner. Okay, let's go in here and we gotta do this whole weapon change thing, you know, boo. There we go. SMGs, shotguns. Actually, we want the pistol, so no shotties, all right? Assault rifle, SMG pistol, all right. Yeah, Anthony, I might use the chameleon also. That is an option. So the chameleon is really strong. There's no doubt. So that's going to be in here as well. The problem, if we go with chameleon, I mean, that's going to give us a big boost of 90% weapon damage. I mean, that's hard to, that's better than your sadist for sure. So let's give it all a try. We're going to give it all a try. So that's the build. Let's go give her a test run. What do you guys say? I need a good nice 612, so let's do that. Turning it up in here. Let's get in the zone. Okay, remember we gotta roll in that pistol, right? So watch. Double tap pistol, one tap to one, double tap the pistol, one tap to one, double tap the pistol, one tap to one. All right. So that's muscle memory. So that's what I'm doing. I'm creating muscle memory so you don't accidentally, see that? Double tap, one. Double tap, one. I'm creating muscle memory because it's really easy to over. Double tap, one. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. That armor was looking pretty low. All right, let's keep going. Negotiators is pretty light. It's pretty light. You know what I mean? It's lightweight. This is not your Heartbreaker build. Oh, we've got to change our talents. Fuck. We might die. Run in. Don't climb. What are you doing, buddy? Let's get hairy, baby. Look at that armor. Check it. Watch the armor. Ah, didn't make it. It's tough in there, right? We might need to go heavier on that armor. So sorry, I'm gonna be testing the extremes of the build, so you'll see me jumping in mosh pits like that. And you might hear me throw out some Irish lyrics. Jump up, or get down. Oh, I'm stuck on that couch. Killed that guy back there, that's good. God damn it. Those turrets. Let's see if this guy would come get me. You can't get turrets to bleed, can you? But you can hit them with the negotiators. So what I'm thinking I don't like, just so you know, it's the SMG might be too lightweight. We might need a heavier weapon, you know, something that staggers, something that does all that good shit. We just got a bunch of clear, right? Switch to the pistol. So part of it is getting used to the build too. We're powered up now though. Oops. God damn it. That reloading on the SMG also, it should be, feels like it's slower than, I don't know. It's supposed to be fast on the Vector, but it's not feeling fast. I think it's the RPMs, not powerful enough, too much reloading, and that's why it feels slow. Okay, so I'm just filling it out. But we're almost there. It's not bad. It's not bad. God damn it. He's not gonna fucking pick me up. Oh, I hate when they do that. Yeah, something with a little bit more rounds, or that each bullet hits harder. Let's go ahead and switch over to the... I'm gonna switch over to the M1928 because it hits way harder, and it's also got a steadier stream. The shot pattern is much more like an assault rifle for me, where... so I'm talking about this gun, the 1928. It's really strong. Look at it. It's twice as strong as the Vector. And the firing pattern is a little more slower reload time, so we have to keep that in mind. But look at the accuracy. But it's the fire pattern. It's a little more linear than circular, like most SMGs are. So I'm gonna give that a try. Let's go ahead and reset that. But there were times where I really felt like we had it going. So we're still at 60. Look at that. We're still at 60% crit chance. We did lose crit damage though. But we gained so much raw weapon damage. I'm cool with that. Yeah, I haven't used it in a while. I was thinking about Grumpy. I was thinking about throwing in the 1928 on a Heartbreaker build. Wouldn't that be cool? Because it works like, I mean, if you guys don't know, the 1928 really does work like a it works like a close up assault rifle, you know? He's not bleeding. You see that? Okay, there he is. He wasn't bleeding that whole time, but that's what Ridgeway's Pride is. Kind of glitchy for me. What'd I get myself into, huh? You see that, how I shot him kind of at distance? I mean, I wasn't really far away, but my point is that the Vector would miss so many of those bullets at that range. You end up having to probably go through 2 mags to hit somebody at that range. Where'd this guy go? Where the fuck is he? God damn it. That was a pain. That was a pain. I think Clutch might be failing this. I don't know though. I don't know though. Lots of things to work on here. This will be fun. We're on to something though. The Ridgeway Negotiators is a nice little combo. So, but I could also see the value here definitely in a Foundry build. And so go 4-piece Foundry instead of Clutch, and then put damage on your back as your backpack modifier. I can see that being pretty cool too. I actually think it might work for PvP too. So now we got Clutch. I thought I pulled that trigger for that ally. Let's get him over here. It's like Groundhog Day, you know? Think you do things. Okay, so I got, you see that change? Change up there? Not getting much out of that bleed, am I? See that? So what you're seeing here is a lack of confidence too, right? So because I feel a little squishy, I'm not pushing out like yesterday's build. Like where yesterday's build were like all out of cover, right? And that's because the enemies will pull out of range on you, out of range of your bleed, right? They run away from your bleed, basically. See that? She's trying to run away. When they do that, I'm not getting regen, right? This fucking, I gotta tell you, this weapon though. Did the boss already come out? Oh yeah, he did.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
The weapon, I miss this weapon. I haven't used it in a while. All right, so we're almost full on all our crit damage. You see that? That little green bar at the bottom there? All right. Somebody's still running around.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
They're all bleeding, right? But they're running away. You see that? You see that? So, I mean, we had them all. We should have won that battle. I mean, right? You get me? You get me there? They were all bleeding. There was 3 enemies bleeding, which would have been 15% armor regen, and we lost the battle even with clutch. There were 4 enemies, technically. 1 died, though. You know? So that would have been, we would have had, that was 12, at least 12% regen, plus the 1% regen here. So that's what we don't want, right? Now, this is what's interesting. Okay, now hear me out here for a second. This is my argument. This is why I have a hard time with this chest piece. So part of me says, well, if I would have just killed them faster, then it would have been good to go, right? Well, then the bleed's not working for us. That was the exact scenario where you want the bleed. We were in the middle of 3 guys who were all bleeding. That was 12, and that's your average. That's your average. Sometimes, obviously, you got the 5 guys, but most of the time it's like 3. So that was the test right there, and it failed. It failed because right there I would have been like, okay, well, if you kill them faster, then you don't have to worry about it. But then why do I have the bleed? If the bleed's not going to save me in that scenario, then what the F is the bleed for? Why do I have bleed? If it's not going to save me there, what the F? So let's work on that, right? Let's work on that. That's the challenge. Okay, so I think it's clutch, right? The reason why they might have been chewing through the armor regen, right? They were shooting through it. Or we were regenerating at a great rate, but then we were taking damage from 3 guys, so it was decreasing that armor regen. They were all elites, so our protection from elites was helping. But it might be clutch that was failing us, right? Because we couldn't shoot all 3 guys, or could we? So it's basically, it's counting off for crits. So clutch doesn't go times 3 because we're shooting at, because 3 guys are tagged. Clutch is only for the crit, so you're only critting once, even though it's on 3 different targets. So let's see here. So I'm thinking like I want to try with bonus armor. So let me that's more of an Invisishield concept. So let me see if I got a bonus armor. Bloodsucker is kind of okay. Let's look at one of those Walker. I'm starting to think that was pretty. It was pretty cool to kill 3 enemies at once, since you have to tag them all anyways and make them bleed. But I'm also thinking Foundry could be pretty fucking cool, right? The Chatterbox is also cool. I like that idea. And then we got Perfectly Wicked, so we can go damage on the backpack. But if we put damage on the backpack, what are we gonna do? We might as well put on the Negotiator's backpack, right? It's not bad. So if we feel like we need the damage is the right way, then I think that's the direction we end up going. But let's look at like something like this for a sec, right? This Walker piece. So let's just try this real quick with Adrenaline Rush. So that bonus armor, right? So that way, as they're shooting us, we got 2 choices here. I can take the armor regen one. And then We're gonna put protection from elites here. Put that one there. Cool. So that's basically in that scenario where we have 3 enemies. That's perfect, up to 3 times. So that's gonna give us 60% bonus armor. That's 600,000. That'll push us to 2 million with regen happening at the same time. Okay, cool. And then we have the orbit. Remember, this is an orbit strategy in this one. So we are gonna try the orbit. I have a feeling that I'm really gonna like, I gotta say, the Savage Wolverine with this too. So, but we'll save that for the next run. Well, we started with the
Hostile control point identified.
we started with the higher rate of fire gun, but it was just too weak, right? We started with the I mean, the chatterbox might be really fun because it could shred through people, but the Vector was just too weak. It was just too, you know, we had the Vector with Sadist and it just felt too weak, and that's 1200 RPMs, you know. Which is weird, right? It shouldn't feel too weak. It shouldn't feel too weak, but it did. We could try it again. What is your guys' vote? I know a lot of people like the Vector, but it was part of it was the reloading, right? Just you're reloading a lot. Oh, that missed. Fuck you guys. Get out of the foam. Fuck. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. If I didn't get foamed. I was just testing the regen there. We had them all regenerating. Okay, I'm gonna, with that being fresh, I'm gonna go ahead and put on this. The chameleon would still feel really nice with this too, right? The chameleon had 90% weapon damage when that thing kicks in. Like, whoa. So that's the problem. We're not gonna have that weapon at distance, right? I mean, the damage at distance because they're not bleeding at distance. So that's the Vector with Sadist. You see that? I mean, I know he's tanky, but a lot of reloading. But we're testing it. We're testing it.
Heavily armored hostile detection.
In that backpack. There it is. Some ammo. So finisher doesn't activate until you let go of the pistol, right? Until you swap out of it. So I keep that pistol on. If you've never used this orbit pistol, that's how it works. All right. Okay, the same test. Switch it out of it. Get them all bleeding. They're all bleeding, right? Fast weapon. So bonus armor is definitely helping us because, damn, they are running away. So you have to chase them down. But look at our armor. I mean, I'd say we barely made it out of that, but we made it. Making it. So we made it. I think the bonus armor definitely helped. Yeah, I'm gonna try the chameleon thing. Yeah, I think it's a good idea, Reaper. But what do you guys think about Foundry? Do you think Foundry is a better way to negotiators? I mean, negotiators obviously strong, but it's pretty risky. I gotta say, like, you guys know me. I mean, I just got done running that Weapon X build that me and Reaper named Weapon X. Which was Reaper's idea, but I feel like that build was so strong. I'm feeling real vulnerable with this one. You know, I mean, we're making it, but it's just like, wow, that we could have easily died there, and you not want to get foamed, so. See, one of the things we're lucky with is that we're not really getting nailed at range. Yeah. It's a little tough. The only thing with a Hunter's Fury is, like, if I was running Hunter's Fury drop, which is, I love Hunter's Fury, and SMGs and shotguns make tons of sense, right? But not with armor regen, because you got 20% armor on kill, which is plenty. You know what I mean? Which is plenty. I mean, you could still run it in case, like, well, I don't have any. If you were in that predicament, like, I don't have any other backpack to run or chest piece to run. But with Hunter's Fury, I gotta say, I would totally rather run the Memento backpack than this chest piece. So okay, so that was with Adrenaline Rush, right? So let's try the Chameleon now. Now the problem with the Chameleon is that we're no longer going to be able to switch to this, which was giving us 40% critical hit damage, but it brings in a less mechanics, so we can focus more on just pulling the trigger. And as you can see, one of the reasons that I just died was because I tried to bring in the pistol, and you know, the swapping, even though it's only 1 second swap, that's still 1 second I'm not shooting, you know, blah blah blah. So let's try with the Chameleon now. Strikers with Ridgeway. I mean, but wouldn't you rather run the Striker's chest piece for that 25% extra amp damage? Or is it 50% amp damage? I can't remember now. 25%. I don't know. And then again, the Memento. And then if we're running the Chameleon, one of the things we might look at is maybe we do go to the Negotiator's backpack. You know, I'm kind of really itching on that Foundry piece, though. I feel like Foundry, like a reddish, half red Foundry would be kind of cool, huh? Max crits with the Chameleon. Has that build been done, though? I mean, do we know about this build yet, or? I mean, not that we can't do a mix of it, but with Foundries, there's only so many ways you can go, and Fuck.
Agent.
Well, I had a lot of guys bleeding there, but do you see? Does anybody else notice they back away and eventually you lose that? And so, because they're backing away, you lose your regen. So then you have to chase them to keep your regen, and then you die because obviously you're out of cover. So I think negotiators is too in cover, too long range of a build. Obviously you can use it at close range, but I'm gonna try to one last run here with this gun. Actually, let me swap it to the Savage. And so I think because Savage is a close and personal run, so kicks in right there. So now we're strong as hell, right? We refreshed it, right? Refreshed it again. Ooh, this feels a little better. I don't know if we'd want to run negotiators with it, but the gun feels stronger, right? That'll time out, so. Okay, so we got him bleeding. Got adrenaline rush. The other guy's shooting at us. They're probably both dead now. God damn it. They're all bleeding, right? Just killed the source of regen. Right? Gotta chase them down, right? Don't let them get out of your bleed zone. She should stop bleeding. Oh. And we got shot by some turret. It was hiding around the corner. But that was interesting. It felt better with that. I think that big boost of weapon damage. Let's try it with the Dilemma backpack. And the Dilemma, and that's going to increase our spread, right, to the other enemies and see. And then what we got to keep our eye on is that bleed. But let's try it. So, boom. And then, see that one, I guess. Okay. Now we just dropped an armor core, but that opens up something. What do we want, guys? A foxes probably. It's kind of nice. We could also go emperors like that, next 1% regen. Or foxes more damage. I kind of want to go tanky. I kind of feel like being tanky, you know. So another, I mean, that's not tanky right there, but at least we get another 1% armor regen. But we lose the armor that way, don't we? So, okay, so can't do that. Not unless I went back to the White House, and I don't want to do that right now. So, probably foxes or contractors. Let's go and go. My foxes have headshot damage on them right now, but that's okay. Yeah, I do gotta say it did feel better with this. With this gun, and the reason why is because, okay, so you work down that first target to get it active, but because we were weakening the other two targets, it was really easy to maintain the Savage Wolverine's close and personal buff. It was easy to maintain it. So Sadist gives you 25% multiplicative damage, right? And it works off of basically the second bullet, not the first one, right? Because the first bullet gets them to bleed, the second bullet gets them to. Ooh, we just lost a lot of crit chance on that one, though, huh? Ooh, that's what sucks about that. That feels weird. Like, how do we lose so much crit chance? Is it really that low? Ew. That sucks. So Savage felt great. Which, you know what? If the thing is like, if we use a Savage Wolverine, let me see here. Where's my stash? Like you could go foundry. This is what's interesting. Like if we get this build strong, like if we drop the negotiators and go foundry, and like we could put load on even more armor regen, because the Savage Wolverine doesn't require any crits. It's just 38% weapon damage. It's just boom. You know what I mean? And so what if you dropped crits altogether and put in weapon damage, more raw weapon damage, and then underlying layers of armor regen instead, you know? And then multiplicative damage, of course. So, I mean, that's kind of got me curious. Do I have those pieces, though? That would be the question, huh? So I think we actually probably want them on the 4. So something like that. You see what I'm saying? Something like that. Okay, so apparently we got too much gear over here. Okay, so we want to bring over Boundary with armor regen. Let's get shit tons of armor regen. So that way when the enemies are walking away from us. Okay, if I don't have armor regen, I'll use headshot damage. That one could work. I gotta re-roll it. I'll take that one over. And then we could use the backpack for defense. We could go either way, but see what I got. That, like that one? That one, of course. Let me see what I got now. Okay, so Foundry U. Foundry U. Foundry. Unfortunately, you got skill damage. I'm gonna make do for a second. So what do I got here? Catharsis mask could also work for this, unfortunately. Maybe, maybe not though. Okay, so what holster would I use if I wasn't using Foundry? Well, get that. I just want to do a quick test run before we go to the White House, so I'm trying to snap something together. Not permanent. Oh yeah, and then chill out, chill out, chill out. That's what we want. Do I have the other ones? We want to chill out for the extra regen. Yeah, it'd be nice if we had a gun to make sense with that, huh? The bleed, damage to armor. Here we go, perfect. See that one? Chill out with armor regen. All right, that's perfect. That's what we're looking for. Because now I can stack. I could put 2 protection from elite mods there. Go tanky. We all like to feel a little tanky from time to time. Oh, god damn it. I hate this double slot thing. Okay. Alright. And then protection from elites. Alright, so then we got armor regen, headshot damage, crits that we're not using, and boom. So where is our crits? 26, 57. If we brought in a chameleon, if we decided on a chameleon, we'd have all the crits that we need. You see that? 40% crit chance, and then when we get the kill, we're gonna get another 20%. So we could start with this, and then we could try both of them, and then we could still do this and get another 40% crit damage. Now, this and this work, but the if you switch out of the chameleon to the pistol, you lose your chameleon buff. So if we go chameleon, no perfect finisher. If we go Wolverine, then we can use a perfect finisher, which I kind of like. So we don't got a lot of armor right now. We're at 1 million flat. So we'll look at increasing it after this test. I just wanted to see how how it runs, because we might like it as an all red build. KBR, what up, bro? So you know what, KBR, you're right, and it all negotiators is also really good with solo legendaries. You guys know that, like solo legendaries. Like if you want to break into them, you know, you could. I recommend like basically a couple of builds. You got a couple of options, but if you want to go all DPS on the solo legendary, negotiators is one of the easiest builds to solo legendary with. So that's kind of nice. And then of course you can use striker, you can even use heartbreaker, any of those assault rifle builds, but negotiators does a really good job, right? And that's because legendary enemies kind of go run and hide on you, and you're still doing damage on them even though you're hiding from them. So bleeding, focus fire. Give me some weapon buffs. Don't you punch me. Jesus, dude, you hit hard. Ooh. Yeah, 3 people bleeding. We didn't live through that. Don't hit him, don't hit him, don't hit him, don't hit him. Leave him alone. I want to test this still. We don't have very much armor, so we can buff this by putting on more armor. But still, time to kill feels not bad for having, remember, so much no crit. Could be better though. On the second wave, we're gonna switch out of this gun. The stacking time is obviously the downside of it. When we don't have crits otherwise, right? So let's switch out of it. It's a great, felt good though. Not complaining, but I want to try it with this one. Damn it. These guys are already up here. Heal me, heal me, heal me. Bleed. Okay. Ah! So we survived it. That's good. I think we can make a tank here. It's a good start. Fuck you, really? I just blew your ass up and you punched me? These guys and their fucking punches, huh? Don't you dare. Okay. That was quite a fight. Stinger Hive could be cool. I see that. Still looking for a good 612, believe it or not. Lead out. All right, we're charged. Watch that. See that damage jump up real quick? Did we get that kill? Did somebody steal it from us? They stole it. Those damn civilians. They seem to bleed a lot. Like the bleed doesn't look like it lasts as long out here as it does in the testing range. There it is. Mr. Majestics. Yeah, I think Ridgeways does with the ongoing directive, but my question to you, how much armor are we running? What up, Blake? Okay, so, ooh, that's a nice Petrov backpack, isn't it? RNK. Shock and awe. See that one right there? RNK shock and awe incoming. Like, what if we put repair skills on that? And then the status effects bumped up the repair skills by 20%. You know? Okay, we're gonna take that one. Just to tootle. We're gonna tootle around with it. Okay, but that was interesting. That was an interesting test. I like the Foundry better because I feel like, I think, you know, this is like what I feel is I feel like Bleeding Edge is really a play from cover talent set. And I think that's because armor regen alone is, I mean, it's just not as fast, you know, to play out of cover without the aggro, I should say, right? Like something pulling aggro off of you, you're taking all of the damage, and just armor regens is not going to be fast enough. And this makeshift repairs really brings that added benefit of this variable repair that's coming into, you know. But I wonder, like, if we shifted to a Foundry mask and then put on some actual repair skills under, like with like this Richter piece, that'd be kind of interesting, you know. Put an armor core there instead. Bleed, adds repair skills. I don't know. I don't know if that'd be as strong as this thing here. But okay, I'm gonna fast travel to the White House. Actually, let's do that. Let's fast travel to the White House, and let's work on this. I think Foundry might be the better way to go. That's my sick. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Gotta use a restroom real quick. All right, I'm back. Apologies. So, I'm just thinking about this Ridgeway's Pride thing. So, bleeding edge. All right. Let's see what we can do with this. Okay, so let's see what we got. So I don't know if I want to go, you know, that tanky on the backpack, even though the backpack is nice and it does help. I think what I might want is, like, if we would this put us into more God mode, right? We also got Fenris of Bloodsucker. That could be kind of cool. These are all options. But let's look at this for a second, right? So let's equip that. Actually, the crits wouldn't make sense, but unless we decide to go the Chameleon or something. Chameleon wasn't bad. Wasn't hating it. I'm a fan of the Chameleon, so hard to hate it. Let me clean this stuff out. Alps repair tamper proof. Repair skill damage tamper proof. That's actually kind of interesting. Like that paired up with that Richter backpack. So, you know, apply a status effect and then get 20% more heals and then running it with an Alps. That's kind of interesting. Very play from cover type build though, but I don't think I want that. But I was also thinking that, there we go. So Foundry, I think we want more armor. Like at least, yeah, that'd feel good. So let's pump up that armor and then put some regen underneath it, right? And then so let's put that holster all in on regen. Thinking about this real quick. If we run this. God, that deflector shield, wouldn't it be nice? Because that deflector shield, we're running Foundry, right? Which is giving us shield stuff. And so with the deflector, it causes bleed. But, you know, we've kind of done that before, so. So I'm thinking here, if we do... So what are our backpack options again? So we got this RNK that could boost our heals, and then we could run double heals with 10% more protection from elites by going with survivalist. So that would be that route, and we could change that skill tier to armor or something. Bloodsucker requires a stacking on kills, but we're out of cover so much. I don't know. Not a big fan of Bloodsucker. It just makes me feel like it's doing a bad job of acting like a memento. It's kind of the same thing. Oh, right on, Destroyer Words. I'm glad you're running into the peeps. Yeah, I'm leaning into regen too. So this, just so you guys know, like Heartbreaker, you could run this with the Heartbreaker. The problem with the Heartbreaker is that you get so much bonus armor. Even a weak drone is sufficient, you know. And so that Heartbreaker chest gives you so much more bonus armor. Kind of like, I'd rather have that than Ridgeway's Pride. So let's see here. Gila. While at 4 armor, increase total skill repair. Is that Bellstone clutch piece again? This might make sense. Well, it's worth trying clutch again. And we might need a crit chance now. So we might need to pull over. Let's get you out of here. Get you out of here. Get you out of here. So let me bring in that perfect clutch too, because we might need a crit chance. So we're at 32 there. 41. I do have foundries. I should have foundries with crits too, like that, right? Crits are like regen in this case, in this scenario, right? Crits is basically like regen because of the clutch backpack. So let's try it. I mean, that's kind of an interesting question, right? You could get 5,000 armor regen all the time, whether you're critting or not. Or you could use the clutch backpack and crit it, but you have to be active at it. Ooh, that's a damn good question. You know what I mean? I kind of rather... I mean, if you have the crits anyways, you might as well go clutch, but I kind of rather have the regen going all the time and then not need the crits. So let me reverse my thought on that. But Bellstone, Walker, let's see here. I should have a complementing backpack that doesn't... Like we could try Wicked. But let me see if I can put something like Adrenaline Rush on something blue. Something defensive. I use the Memento so much, I find I don't have the backpacks. The backpack variety. That one would work, though, for now. All right, so that puts us at 1.4 million. That's not bad. 3 skill tiers, you see that? And then what's our armor regen off the cuff? 27,000 base. And then we're gonna get, let's say, on average, probably 6% is more realistic on average. Yeah, so that's like, what is that, 60,000 plus another 20,000, so that's like 80,000 regen. If we can stay close to those enemies. Let's try this. Let's try this. Okay, so more protection from elites, I guess. Keep that bonus armor going. All right. Armor regen, headshot damage, armor regen, headshot damage, protection from elites. I'm wondering if I even need that. I care about that headshot damage. You know, it's okay to have it on one piece, but like, should I just go ahead and put more armor regen? Eclipse, what up? It's a good little build. I know, Blake. I know. The Memento is just too good sometimes. It's hard to get away from it. I agree with that. You get into the... It's a constant 3% regen, right? It's a constant 3%, whether anybody's shooting at you or not. Yeah, Larry, that's a good question. He's wondering if Pride would work better with negotiators and support. The thing is, it's like with negotiators, the real problem with the Pride chess piece is that you really have to keep pursuing those enemies because they're always running away from you, you know? So when you wear the Pride chess piece and they kind of play relaxed and stay in cover and stay back and don't push, it's just like you're not getting any bleed and you're like, well, I might as well be running Obliterate on my chest piece or something like that. I don't know. You know, that's the problem. It's a problem. I mean, let's pay attention here, right? You'll see them pull in on you, and then even when I'm surrounded by 5 enemies, they're backing off. Even when I'm surrounded by 5 enemies, they start walking backwards, and then they get outside of that 50 meters, and then you're not getting any regen, but they're still shooting at you. You know?
Reinforcements incoming.
Fucking rifle. Appreciate that, Derek. Thanks for that support, bro. Hooking it up.
Requesting backup.
See how fast he stopped bleeding? That didn't supposed to be bleeding for 10 seconds, right? That bonus armor is definitely helping here. That was actually a pretty tough fight. Come on, guys. Come fight me. Get him to fucking hold still. God damn it.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
And let him bleed, right? Keep him healing me. Gotta change your strategy a little bit, right? God damn. Having a hard time standing still today. Oops. God damn it. Makeshift repairs, right? Let him bleed. We actually got a lot of mixed healing going, and we got a little bit of armor on kill, right? A lot of survivability here. There's probably a little bit of room for damage. More damage. Improve that time to kill a little bit. We could do that with the chameleon, perhaps. Take out some of that regen. Move it over to crits or headshot damage. See, I'm active right now, so this is pretty strong. Let's kill something though. Too far away. Okay, so we lapsed.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Jeez, they're all spread out everywhere. There's all sorts of mini fights going on. It's like side fights here. Are you seeing that? I don't want to chase him either. I don't want to go out of there. Run around the goddamn block chasing enemies. Still good at getting out of my line of sight. Good recovery, lady. Jeez, what a mess this control point is, though. Look at, they're everywhere. Like, what are you doing out here? Besides wasting my time. Jesus Christ, are they shooting over that? Oh, the enemies are a mess here. I mean, I can't even find the enemies. God. Is there just one guy over here and everybody's outside? Oh, it is. That's a nightmare. They're all out there. And so's the fucking... Oh, man, these guys. We need some training, civilian training exercise. Okay, here's some group. Good. So we got the survivability, but I think we're a little too tanky, right? I think we need to drop that. I mean, it's hard to say because these enemies are so spread out, right? And so, yeah, we're getting a whole 3% armor regen off this guy. Yay! You know? She's not bleeding, you see that? She just took an explosion. We're taking his turret, aren't we? Or is that an NPC out there? Ooh. Ooh. They smashed us right there. I mean, it's alright. It's alright. I think it's we need a little better time to kill. So let's work on that. Yeah, I might have too much blue too, so we could also drop one, I think one core. One armor core down to weapon damage. That'd be cool. All right, so wasn't bad. It's something to work off of, I think. It's really dark. Turn on the lights, buddy. So we could try, I mean, the bonus armor is kind of nice, but we could try Wicked also, but the bonus armor is what was working for us. But you see that what happens here is that if we lower our armor, then that bonus armor might not be working so great for us, right? Less armor, less bonus armor. See what I'm saying? So do we go one or the other? I don't know. Also, so one way to fix that is go that way. Or we could also go back to the sadist concept too and pick up a quick. I mean, that would, sadist just helps us kind of pick up a little. It's less damage than what we had when we were fully procced, but it gives us more damage in between, right? In between when we're procced. So that's sadist. The only thing is the vector is just like, God, you're reloading all the time. It's literally like that. And you're like, oh, I do believe the chameleon is just a better version of the Dark Winter. You know, it's just you get 90% weapon damage. It's just nice, you know. So I know that sadist kicks in faster, but when this thing is charged up, it's just at 90% weapon damage. Is just, I'd rather have that than 25% weapon damage from sadist. Even though sadist has a longer uptime, but this one's not bad, right? What is this one? It's 45 seconds. That's not bad. So, get rid of you. Okay, so that said, so if we pick up 90% more weapon damage, does that alone fix the issue, or do we need to maybe drop an armor core? Let's Foundry, headshot damage, let's do that. We could just easily swap to that one. And then let's see if that adrenaline rush is still working for us. If not, then we can start looking at like Wicked and pick up an extra, not Wicked, but yeah, Wicked, right? Yeah, Wicked. Extra, what is it, 17%? Let's bring one with us. So that's a nice Wicked right there. And that one's nice too, right? Wicked with headshot damage and crit damage go nice with the chameleon. Actually, I'm kind of interested in that. Let me pull out some things here. Let's see, let's put you away. And then let's crush you. All right. I was also thinking like, of that rifle too. Okay, and then we wanted to bring in the rifle with perfect rifleman and just beaming them all the hell in the head. Just beam, 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 beam. Get that perfect rifleman. I mean, they would die quickly, but let's try this. I think with the bleed builds, like having a higher rate of fire weapon tends to be the better way to go. So we're gonna pick up 1% armor regen there, right? And then headshot damage, crit damage. So that complements the chameleon. And then let's go ahead and put on some protection from elites on the backpack for now, especially since we're dropping that bonus armor. And then I probably should bring a nice, stronger weapon with sadist. Okay, I think we already have that. Right? The 1928 and the vector. So we'll try these sadist weapons also, just to go double down on the damage, right? So sadist plus wicked, and then headshot damage. But okay, good. Actually, let me see. Do we have any crit damage ones here? I should, but that's a good chance. Crit damage. Just bring that one over. That's better. Boom. And then we need to add more armor. One more armor core, right? Do I got a crit damage one here? We can. Boom. Build variety. I got all the pieces, ladies and gents. Got so much foundry. Foundry is so useful. Okay, crit damage. Let's change that to crit damage. Take that armor regen down. This could be strong. This could be real strong. Actually, I'm seeing it perk up here real quick. And then how's our armor now? This could be good. What up, King Arth? Welcome, brother. Okay, so we need better gloves. Do I got a crit damage glove here? Let me check real quick. Otherwise, we need to add an armor core, but let me see if I have gloves first. In case it has armor. There it is, and it has armor. Just like I thought. Okay. So this will be cool. This will be cool, right? Our 1.2, so not too little, not too much armor. We might be able to squeeze in one more armor core, but let's keep this because it would squeeze in more armor because we have Wicked, right? So instead of Adrenaline Rush. So, but this is good. This is good. Let's just try this, and then actually let me take this one here and roll crit damage on it. So if we decide we need more armor, I could just quickly flip to that piece. So we don't have to come all the way back here. Bada boom. All right. Actually, I have a feeling we're going to want to go tank here. Let's keep that one on. All right. I like this. Let's reset that control point and fast travel back. Hey Tux, Larry asks, do you think 2 Hunter's Fury with 3 Foundry would work with the Pride? Probably not. Cause I'd rather just go with like 1 Sokolov and just get that that SMG damage that way. I realize it'd be a little bit less, like 5% less. I don't have any Sokolov on me right now, fortunately. And then Foundry is kind of worthless unless you run all 4 pieces, I think. I'm just not a big fan of running that. I have run a 3-piece Hunter's Fury, though. That can be cool. But when you're running 3 pieces of Hunter's Fury, you do have to ask yourself, well, would I rather run 4 pieces and get a shit ton more amplified damage? And in most cases, yeah. The only time that I felt like 3 pieces Hunter's Fury was worth it was when I was just trying to create a maximum armor on kill build, which those builds are if you go maximum they're kind of pointless. They're overkill. I'm not saying high armor on kill is bad, but I'm saying maximum is. They're kind of pointless builds. Oh yeah, look at that time to kill, right? Yeah, we just got a major buff on that time to kill. That was without our weapon kicking in, right? Our weapon hasn't kicked in yet. Now it is. Now we just gotta land our target shots. We're not gonna be as strong. See what I mean by killing our source of regen? Oh yeah, but our time to kill with a major boost. Now we got our crits. Whoa. That feels like a chameleon build now. Armor not bad. See if our time to kill picks up, you might want to add more armor on kill, right? Armor kill is more valuable on fast killing builds than armor regen is. Mindful of turrets. Ooh. Wow. You brought us down with that shotgun. I mean, we were taking heat for the boss too. Oh, come on, civilian. 90 meters out. The fuck you doing out there? Seriously, you know what I mean? God, they need to rework those. That's a quality of life change. You know what I mean? I mean, we don't. I'm not overly reliant on these guys, but when they're not even in the fight, like, and I'm done with the first wave, it's just pathetic. These civilians have always bothered me. So I gotta wonder, you know, what's working more for me? Is it the foundry or is it the chest piece, right? Let's see what we can take from this guy. So, not the chest piece, because he's bleeding. So 101. So that's 3% regen from him, right? I don't know. With our time to kill, I wonder if running a second piece of Bellstone would just be better. You know what I mean? So we got Bellstone on our backpack. Do you hear me? Like that? That's a really good question. Like, with just a Bellstone chest piece to bring us to 10% armor on kill, since we're killing so fast, would that just be better than this chest piece? See that? Our time to kill is great. Oh, I should have loaded up on ammo. I mean, there's a red right there. There's ammo. I'll take it. See, armor on kill would be for killing as good as we do. Like 10% armor on kill, that's 10 seconds, or that's 3 seconds, I guess, basically of regen. Yeah. Assuming they're bleeding. Because one guy bleeding is 3% armor regen, so that's not bad. It just doesn't feel like we're getting 10% of our armor back every 3 seconds, does it? Oh, got you, dude. Fuck that. The power is great. So I think we could just, it said armor regen. I'm wondering if I put on the death grips, actually, and pump us up to, put on the foundry backpack. Oh, but then we lose wicked, which is part of why we're hitting so strong. You know? The chameleon helps for sure, no doubt. Got crits plus a chameleon. We'd have to test. There's only way to test. I couldn't say. So the test would be put on the foundry backpack and then the death grips, lose the wicked, and are we godly on the survivability side because we're a little bit tankier. See, I mean, he whittled our armor down to nothing. We're running 1.4, so we're not exactly your country bumpkin, you know what I mean? We're pretty tanky. 1.4 is nice, you know? So there's damage from distance right there. Running for my life. And we don't make the corner. Because their accuracy is at like 90%. Yeah, like right there, we died from distance, of course. I mean, distance is always going to be your weakness in a run and gun build, so that's why you got to play your angles. I don't mind taking extra distance damage because we need to know what the build can take. So right now, of course. In build testing phases, I don't mind taking extra damage. Just because it tells me like what it can handle, but when you're playing for keeps, yeah, you want to play your angles. Don't run just straight lines. Usually means taking the long way around. But that time to kill was a major improvement. So I think what we need to do, that's a nice little one, is test it with the foundry backpack and then the death grips. And then we'd be at 20% armor on kill. And that might give us the lift that we need. So let's see here. Let's see. Do I have the death grips on me? There. They got weapon handling, but I'll take it for now. It's fine. And then let's take off this, and then the foundry backpack. We'll take it with crit damage. That's perfect. So it's same armor, right? Oh, we're higher now. Higher armor. Oh, but wait, I can lower it here. Boundary with crit damage. Boom. All right, back down to 1.4. Now we got 20% armor on kill though, and that can be crit damage. I just don't have the piece. Let's go test it. What, the health, Blake? Yeah, we get the extra health. I would keep Wicked on the build. I hear you, King Arth. We might go back to that. I just gotta test it to see which is better here. Oh, King Arth, I thought you were in the UK. But cool, all right. Netherlands it is. Whatever you say, brother. Whatever you say. The CTAR, yeah, somebody mentioned the CTAR earlier too, and I was occupied, but oh, I should have got ammo, fuck. But the CTAR is also a nice option, for sure. And we could try Sadis as well. You want to try Sadis right now? Actually, we can't. I can't introduce too many variables because then I don't know what's working and what's not. So let's run it again with the chameleon, and then we can try it with the sadist. That was a delayed reaction, wasn't it? See him walking away? You see what I'm saying? You gotta chase your bleed down, and that's the weakness of the Ridgeway's pride. They will always pull away. They pull in, of course they do, and then they pull out. And then you lose your bleed, so, and then you're getting wailed on by like 6 guys, right? So. Come on, dudes, get out. We got 2 guys bleeding. This one's trying to escape. Got a guy shooting at me from distance. He's not bleeding all of a sudden. You know what I don't like about bleed is that you can't refresh it. That you gotta wait for them to stop bleeding and then you gotta re-trigger it again. That's kind of annoying, right? Oh, there's 2 of them up here. And they're gonna double tap me. Of course. Dennis Boone, whatever. Dennis Boone in the house. Boone, boone, boone. Yeah, so sometimes I find, and this is kind of, I don't know about you guys, like if you have a lot of experience with Ridgeway's Pride, but I find myself focusing more on the bleed than killing them. You know what I mean? I was just like, okay, keep him bleeding, keep him bleeding. Okay, stay close. And it's just like, let's just kill him. But it's because I'm trying to get those heals. All right, trying to get those heals. So you kind of like right there. It was nice to leave him bleeding for like 1 more second, so I get another 3%. But maybe that's getting me killed. Maybe that's. Somebody's welling at me.
Hostile detected.
1v1, baby. 1v1. 1v1 me. Got her.
Vital signs critical.
All right. 2v1. 2v1. 1v1 me. Oof. I should not have taken that punch though. Come on, come on. God damn it.
Agent down.
That's a bad place to land on that roll.
Agent vital signs 0.
Interesting, interesting. I'm gonna try. Let's try sadist. You don't like the backpack div? Okay, okay. I'll change the mod on that backpack for you. Div doesn't like the backpack. Like he doesn't like that big chunky piece of foil, aluminum foil backpack on me. Okay, let's fix that for him. I kind of agree. Let's put on something blue. All right, let's try it with Sadist here real quick. A little nervous about how weak that weapon is, but we'll give it a try nonetheless. So now with this, we can bring in perfect finisher. So let's see where our stats are real quick. So 37, so we need to add crit chance. We are missing a mod, right? An attribute. 52. All right, that's good. Because I'll use a perfect finisher from time to time to bump that up. So I'm okay with that. So 52, 117, that just sounds low to me. So let's go take a look. And then, so far, I think the best one is the one with Sadist. We had decent survivability in that last one, so don't get me wrong. It was pretty decent.
Civilians in danger.
I mean, this build is probably sensitive enough to that 12% critical hit damage we're missing on the gloves is making a difference. And so, like, if we added that, you might just go like, oh, yeah, wow, you know? But we'll get there. So we're gonna run Sadist now. And then what we'll do is put back on Wicked and then try Sadist with a Wicked and see if we like that. With the foundries, the foundry, the way we have it set up. God damn it. Jump, jump, jump.
Reinforcements en route.
Pretty strong. And she runs away. See that? You end up having to chase your bleed. We'll blow ourselves up a little bit.
Serious trauma detected.
This isn't bad. There's somebody back here. He died out. Yep. Not strong enough.
Agent killed.
Interesting. Okay, go back. Let's put on Wicked with that SMG. Eric Burton, I would have to say one of the best solo builds for Legendary. I have a few. I can't narrow it down to one, but I mentioned that earlier, so it's funny that you're bringing it up. But like an all red negotiators build is really good. It's a good starter. It's a good for professional speedrunners or soloists as well. But also we have other builds called Game Over, which are much more forgiving for newbies because the recovery is good. Also, the new build that we're calling Weapon X. As a video hasn't been published, but I've been live streaming it lately. That one's probably really good for newbies as well. I'm just looking at this real quick. So we're there we go. Puts us to 1.4, back to 1.4. All right, so 3, and then we got Wicked, 1% armor regen. It's a lot of regen. So let's see what we can do now, right? All right, so we go to that. So Wicked did feel pretty good. I feel like RPMs are really nice with bleed builds, right? And for talents, like you could use a Stinger Hive and all that stuff, so keep that in mind. But the problem with Stinger Hives, I gotta say, is that Stinger Hives do tend to make enemies run away, and that's exactly the opposite of what I want. I want them to flock to me, not away from me, just because I need their bleed, you know? But those are little nuances. You might not care. If you don't care about that kind of stuff, then like the Hive is great. Get a whole party bleeding real quick without having to shoot them. So, or if you get into trouble, right? You get into trouble. It's a good way to escape. So. Yeah, the contender is as well. That's a good point, Biko. Didn't I reset this? Oh, I must have not reset this. God damn it. It's all right. Ooh, fuck. Damn. That was a lot of damage. Look at that regen rate. Oh man, that's so slow. I have memento builds to go faster than that. That's nice fucking time to kill right there, isn't it? You saw that? That's nice. I dove out of that and they still got that punch on me.
Vital signs critical. Civilians in danger. Get round. Laying down cover fire.
So I used all that time to get him to heal me, and then, you know, back to where I was before. I might as well just have shot him from cover. Now, if we incorporate the gun, we get even... Oops, I didn't get to do it. We died too easy. God damn. Oh, I didn't see him in there. Ran right in front of him. Clutch and bleeding edge on an elite. Did he move his... Who owns that turret? I thought I fucking killed that guy. Dude, where are you? No, no. God damn it. See that? See what happened there? I switched to my Savage Wolverine instead of my pistol. And I double clicked, right? Double smash that Y button. But apparently, or I meant to say triple, but apparently I doubled.
Civilians in distress.
So let's try it on him. Let's... All right. So then you'll keep the pistol in hand.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Switching. And then murder. Not bad, but I gotta say, if I was running a memento build, and I'm sorry to keep comparing it to that, but if I was running a memento build, I would have got trophies off of those, and I would have not only got bonus armor buffs, of course the regen would have been happening the whole time anyways, but I would have also got weapon damage buffs and improved time to kill, you know? And the time to kill is not bad here, but without that bonus armor, I was not confident in getting out of cover in the end when I was down to the last 3 guys. And with the time to kill as it was, I mean, what do you want to do, right? And the only thing I could think of is getting rid of the protection from elites and adding more crits and see if we like that better. But again, if I start killing those enemies too fast, then I might as well drop the chest piece, right? If I kill those enemies too fast, I'm better off with armor on kill. And I'm already killing them fast. It's borderline as it is.
Civilians
I haven't used my skills a lot. I mean, wow. That was that fucking medic shooting at me? Oh, ooh, this is dangerous. I did not see them fucking coming. God damn it. Yeah, line of sight of that turret. Me and you, hombre.
Civilians in distress.
I mean, that felt good. I mean, it felt good. Let's take a look at it. So let's try it without the protection from elites. See, let's test to see how much that's helping us. And then I'm still in between Sadist and the Chameleon. I mean, I think the Chameleon, when it's off, when it's buffed, it's like it's out there. But it is, and it's nice to not have to switch to your perfect finisher to get that buff. But when we do, obviously, perfect finisher is nice. So. So I know I'm creating a build around Bleeding Edge, right? But like, just to be clear, like it doesn't mean like I would like go with a build that I didn't like just because of Bleeding Edge. You know what I mean? In the end of the day, like if I don't come down to a build that I love, then I scrap it all. It's done. I don't like it. You know, like I'm with that right now on what do you call it? The Ravenous. Like I've been working on different Ravenous builds, still don't have anything that I like. So I still say the Ravenous sucks. I don't have a favorite build for it yet, you know. I might have created some in the one or two in the past, but in the end it's just like, you know, I'd rather run it. There's outside of the raids, it just, that gun serves little to no purpose. All right, so we upped our crit damage to 140. Not great. And then we got Wicked, giving us 18% weapon damage, and then this giving us 20% damage to bleeding targets. It's multiplicative. Like, and I know what you, yeah, Pernell, the chatterbox could be really cool. And like Pernell Hunter is bringing it up. And somebody else mentioned it earlier too. And I like the Emily Guard. That's a great idea, actually, is that it? Pick up some armor on kill from Emily's Guard. Also good ideas. But what was I going to say is that, oh yeah. The chatterbox is nice because it's got threat scaling, and so does the chest piece, right? So that's a really good synergy. So threat scaling is basically you become more effective in one way or the other, defensively or offensively or both, the more enemies that are around you. So in this case, right, it's threat scaling. So the more enemies that are around me, bleeding, of course, then the stronger I get. And the chatterbox has that element too, right? The more enemies that are around me, the faster your RPM, so the faster your time to kill. And as we know, RPMs are king. So the Chameleon could actually be a really good build for this too, because it scales with the threat. And Foundry does essentially also, because the more damage you take from enemies, then the better your armor regen. But you can still get crushed down to the floor, of course, you know. So we could also try with the chameleon too. It's kind of. But our time to kill is nice here, so we got a nice little time to kill going. Really? Still got an angle on me, you fucking assholes. Wow. They're not bleeding anymore already. Get out of here.
Serious trauma detected.
Come on, do something for me, bleed. Fuck. Don't punch me. He punched me.
Killed.
So, okay. So the number one weakness, let me just be clear on this. The number one weakness is of, I think, the Ridgeway's pride is that
Agent requesting back.
is the 15 meter thing, right? Well, 15 meters is nice to get them to bleed, but the enemies are always in motion, in and out, in and out. So you'll go in, you rush in, you get 5 people bleeding, and then they back off, and no longer bleeding. So that's what a lot of what we're building around is that weakness. So we shouldn't have to have other regen, right? We shouldn't have to have more regen. But because the enemies are not always in range, I'm having to have a supplement regen in there for when I've got enemies shooting at me from a little more distance, right? And remember, we are weak at range too, so we don't even have the damage at range.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
And then what about in between kills? So I killed him. Nobody is bleeding. What do? What if I didn't have makeshift repairs? What if I didn't have Bellstone? What would I do? I'd have to use an armor kit, right? And I do everything I can to avoid armor kits. So I don't like that plan. I don't like that plan one bit.
Don't give up, Agent.
Vital signs critical.
Fucking punch. God damn it. God, I keep dying from punches. It's annoying. Can't regen through punches, apparently, huh? Yeah, exactly. Is that it? You nailed it, bro. It's twofold. That's it. That's exactly. He nailed it. He said it better. That's a great point. The second part, which is, and dead enemies. Dead enemies aren't regen. That's the other weakness, and that's exactly what I'm saying. So, like, okay, so we run up and kill him, and then now my armor's gone because I had to run up and kill him. And then now there's nobody bleeding in range. You know. See right here. So it's all makeshift repairs right there, right? And the Bellstone piece. So it's like, why do I even have the Ridgeway's Pride? You know? Well, for up close and personal, but the whole point of regen is that you want to be able to sustain damage while you're out in the open, exposed, with 3 or 4 enemies shooting at you, right? So I just killed the source of regen. I mean, look at how much I can't sustain his damage, right? Get him bleeding. So that's 3%. And now my source of regen's dead, and now I got, you know, I gotta hide until I regen. I mean, you don't have to, but you know what I'm saying. I'm exaggerating a little bit to prove a point. Oh, great. No, I've had builds work for this. So I'm not saying I've never created a Ridgeway's Pride build. Actually, some of the best builds I have with Ridgeway's Pride are actually high protection from elites builds. So basically like an all red weapon X. I created those. Actually, I was using, that's what around the time I was using this set a lot.
Vital signs critical.
So we could try that too. I actually combined them. God, those are builds I created a long time ago. But I would combine them with repair skills. So it was like max crits. I would use a vector actually. I use a vector. And sometimes I use sadist. I think I did most of the time. And then I'd put protection from elites everywhere. And it'd be basically crits and repair skills, a few repair skills mods. And then I'd end up running survivalist and run double heals. So it was never purely Origin's Pride. I was supplementing with repair skills. But by doing that, I didn't have to have much armor. Which is what made it cool. God damn it. His punch just takes everything out of you. I mean, just that punch took away like 60% of my fucking armor. God, what is that melee number? What do you think it is, guys? I would love to know. We should do a melee test one of these days on what are these guys hitting at? Because fuck. I mean, their bullets hit hard, you know? The bullets are hitting in the millions every round, right? Every bullet they hit you with is in the, feels like it's in the, not millions, but probably like, I don't know, what do you think? Like 300,000 per round? You think that's what they damage at on average? I don't know what it is, but. Who wants to punch me? Oh, wow. That foam got me. That's amazing.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
You gotta remember, I got armor on kill also, so that's supplementing.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Do you guys change your secondary weapons? Hey, just by the way, if you one nice little trick, I'm sure you already know this, but just to say it. Like, notice that I just leveled up on my Savage Wolverine and I'm not using it. So if you just rotate out your second weapon to just something different, even if you're not using it, then that'll work too. As far as building up that proficiency quickly. They're not gonna let him pick me up. Yeah. Did not let him pick me up. Hungry 40s. Rico, what up, bro? Okay, I'm gonna switch it up. Rebuild. I know. I'm taking a dirt nap, man. It was. Okay, I'm gonna take it back. Way back. Back into time. Okay, so boom. Now, really, I want that. Let's see if I have this other chill out repair skills. Yeah, that's the one right there. We could do one with crit damage too. Armor regen doesn't hurt, but the idea is to keep it as red as possible. So, but you need at least 1.1 million for this to work. So this is nice right here, right? So we got that. I'll keep that, and then we're gonna start pulling into max protection from elites. All right, and so like that. So I'd put crit damage there instead of that, but you want repair skills. And that's because I would normally run. We'll see. I'm gonna toy with it though. Give me a second here. Figure this out. I'm gonna try to work it with what I have right on me right now, so I don't have to go back to the White House. Actually, before I do that, let me reset control points. Let it do its thing. This build did work. This is the only way I really found This is a while. It's been a while since I've run it, but this is the only way I found. There's 2 builds that I like with Ridgeway's Pride that I know I like. And one of them I'm about to bring out here for you. The other one, so it's there you go. There's a max protection from elites, and it allowed you to get close. And I normally would run, I think, Adrenaline Rush, I think. So I'm gonna try without it first, but boom. So high red, 1.1 million armor, protection from elites. And so this was, when I used to run this, it was before the chill out mask. So that's a new addition. And I don't think I ran Murakamis with it as well. So I'm gonna try that too. Now I normally run max repair skills with it. But for the moment, let me see where my crit damage is. So 58, 115, okay, cool. So what I'm gonna do is instead run double crits here with armor. Like that, all right. Cool. And then let's load her up. So protection from elites. And so I would run survivalist. Okay, so I'd run this with survivalist, and then I'd run double heals to stack so that because you just like Foundry, you always need something healing you because people are not bleeding around you at all the time. So anyways, that's why I also integrated repair skills. So let's see where we at. Let's look at our numbers. 39 more. That should put us in the 52. That's not bad right there. We could try that just real quick as a starter place, and then we're at 60% crit chance. So we would Where is that extra crit chance? I think it's coming from these 2 pieces. So I'd be able to add crit damage, armor regen there. Actually, I think I have that piece. I'm gonna see here. Oh wait, let's check this. We could check it here too. Actually, no, it'd be better to swap it here. Okay, hang on. So I should have an armor one with regen. Damn it, it's got skill damage on it right now. Okay, so let's just pull it off the gun. 59, 132. All right, good. That's good enough. All right, so that's a test build there. So we can go higher protection from elites, but I'm gonna hold up there for a quick set. That's 52. It's a good balance of offense defense at 52. So let's give it a quick whirl. All right. And then we could also bring in like the Emmeline's Guard that somebody mentioned also, by the way. So, and that would allow us to, actually I should bring him with me. Let me grab it. That would allow us to heal up between faster. So I'm not sitting there going, okay, now we got to wait for the regen to be good. So we would lose Sadist if we go that route, but it would allow us to heal up faster after each kill, right? Quick spikes. There we go. All right. The mop would do the same, of course. Rico, appreciate you, brother. Right on, Rico. Thanks for kicking in, man.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Larger mag, so that's really handy. Okay, let's check stats. So 59, 59. Okay, cool. So that's perfect. But the less crit damage on Emmeline's Guard. So you're losing damage with Emmeline's Guard, but you're picking up at least 10% armor on kill with body shots. So we'll try both. Appreciate you, Rico, man. Thanks for joining Bandito to the Bone. So that gives you access to all the classified builds, of course, the gamer music playlists, and build recipes, as well as being able to shop in my personal war closet for my PvP builds, which I'm not publishing as public videos. That's one of the exclusive things for Bandido to the Bone membership levels. So you get the PvP side that will always stay locked up. And build recipes, of course. Okay, let's try this one now. This should be cool. It's been a while since I've run this, so again, it's a new setup, so I got to feel it out a little bit and say, okay, what can I take? What can I not take? It's always going to be about moving fast, so Riot Foam will be our nightmare weakness. Okay, I'm switching. Actually, I should be using this one. This used to be one of my favorite builds. So this, I would take the floor 100 into Summit and just drive people crazy in there. Legendary, just running around, and you'd own the room. Where's everybody? Again, I normally run heals as a layer of additional regen. But this is, can try this out. And you see, non-elites are really not a problem, so unless you get somebody really tanky, a heavy gunner. So let's see, watch what you could take from this as a boss. So we could probably use a little bit more armor on kill, I think. Yeah, I think we're taking too much damage from him, so let's add one more protection from elites here. I guess I'll just do 12% here. I know I got another 13%. Might be in the stash, though. So I guess try this Emmeline's Guard, too. That might change shit. Because it's quick spikes of at least 10%, and if you get headshot kills, it's even more, right? And if you need the damage, I guess we could just switch it over, right? We just go. Like here, might as well use Wicked. We don't need the heals. Pretty good killing power on it, huh? It's almost working better than fuck. Oh, I pulled the wrong corner. That's my mistake. Where'd that guy even come from? That heavy machine gun, he's gonna... That was really effective, though. That was really effective. I think we can go... Our time to kill is right on spot, so I think might even be able to add one more protection from elites mod. Who's that red guy? I want to look at that. Okay, so there's a red heavy gunner back there. I don't know where he came from, but he's back there. So remember, look at these guys that, like, You know the Matrix movie where they use humans as batteries? It's kind of like that, except we use them as healing stations. They're walking healing stations. The elites are, right? So that's how protection from elites can be an advantage if you have enough of it. It's like, you know, you're so bulletproof against them that you just want to you can just kind of keep one alive and you know what I mean? Stay near him. God, that guy shooting at us at range is so annoying. His accuracy. Look at the accuracy on that. What is that? That red guy? Fuck you. Fuck you. There's no way he's got that kind of accuracy. He's shooting between couches and... Are you guys kidding me? Come on, man. I mean, I was here and that guy was way back there. He was way beyond that band. And he was nailing me at that angle. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it, you know? I don't believe they got that kind of superior military training. They're special forces for sure, right? See, our time to kill is actually right on where we need it to be. But I think we can make ourselves a little tankier. A little more bulletproof, a little more like, wow.
Vital signs critical.
All right, survived that little endeavor. What do you think about this one? It's better. Don't you think? It's better than Foundry. It's amazing that protection from elites can be better than Foundry, right? Resistance is better than regen, basically, right? Now I know the comeback to that is like, oh, but you're not effective against non-elites, but they're not really a problem. They die really easy, so it's your situational awareness in that scenario that would get you killed. Like, oh, and that's what got me killed. So remember that red gunner that killed me? It's because I didn't know he was there, right? So that is always the threat. An enemy that you're unaware of shooting you in the back. It's always a threat. Even if they are an elite, they can still kill you like that, you know? But the reality is you face, and this is the deal, like the build that we've been running over the last couple of days of testing, you guys have all been seeing that, right? So that build is really effective. And I usually don't run that much protection from elites and legendary strongholds because I always felt like, I would always say like to myself, that, oh, you know, there's just not that many elites in legendary content. There's more non-elites, and it's true, right? But the reality is that in legendary content, if you notice, it's always the elites that are more of a pain in the ass. I mean, there's a lot of purples, of course, which are non-elites, veterans. But, like, there's certain rooms, like in Checkpoint, I want to say Checkpoint 3, you know, where there's like a tank and there's some drone operators. You're inside the building. That might be Checkpoint 4. It's after you kill the 2 warhounds. There's those 2 random warhounds that are the Buddy and Lucy that are just kind of hanging out in there. And then there's the next room. Well, you know how there's that final wave and they all come running out of that basically closet. There's just a bunch of weirdos hanging out in a closet. They all come running out at the same time. My point is that it's always the yellow ones, which is the tank operator and the sniper. They're always the ones that slip through. And we always have amazing time to kill against these guys. We're running all red strikers, all red heartbreakers, all red whatever. And they still get out. What I mean by get out is they get out the door and then they sneak behind us. And so what I'm saying is that the yellows are always a pain in the ass. The chungas are bleeding you, whatever. There's 3 chungas, they're heavy. And so it turns out that we were running 77% protection from elites, and it was like, yeah, you know, I think that's the route because the better way, because they're just still a big pain in the ass, you know. Let's see. So I'm gonna add one more protection from elites, which is weird because I know I have 13. So 13, 1, 2, 3 13s, 4 13s. I got 5 13s. So where's my 5th one? Protection from elites. Let's look again. Okay. So this one is on the mask. Okay. On the blue with the red. That's what we're running. Blue with the red. Okay. That is on the holster. That's the holster I'm wearing right now. I think, right? Let's just try. Yeah, it was. Okay. Oh, God, it must be my stash, I guess. Fuck it. Okay. So that bumped us up to 76. Okay, cool. So good enough. Then we could still run. Oh, that's nice ACS, huh? But no good. No good. No good. No good. Now we can still run this SMG that we have. I'm just gonna keep it for now. But 59, 108. How's our stats? Headshot damage, crit chance, headshot damage, crit damage, crit damage. Good. Okay. See how this one does. Yeah, even we are not that accurate, right? But it's just like, it's crazy, right? Reaper, it's just like, fuck, man. That's one of those things. 10 things I hate about the Division 2. One of them is the NPC accuracy. It's just doesn't make any sense. So they're bullet sponges. They're Terminators. We're outnumbered. Their accuracy is crazy. Their punches are like ridiculous. See, non-elites are really not an issue. Only if they just, if you don't know they're there, right? So there's 3 guys bleeding. Our health is in a reasonable place. There's a guy behind me. I'm looking for him, or not. There's somebody back there. I hear his gun. It's a heavy. Oh, there he is. See him? It's dangerous out here. Too many purples laying down in the grass. Ooh, we just one clipped that guy. One magged, sorry. For you people that get irritated by saying clip. Hey, can we talk about that? So, do you guys ever see people, like, you probably see the comments, like, I one clipped him. That's just a saying, right? You realize that, right? Like, I one clipped him, right? I realize that these are mags, but isn't that just a phrase? Not a phrase? Or did we make that up? Am I the only one that made that up? I one clipped him. Can you one clip him with your build? But I realize these aren't clips. But I've always felt like that's just a saying. It's just always been around. It's just something people said. Whether it was a mag or a clip, anyways, it was just said, oh man, I can one clip that guy, you know? And there's another saying that I was wanting to think of that was like similar, where like it was not grammatically correct, but it still made sense. It was like still used. Not healing. So you want to be able to heal through her hits. See, she walk. See how she creatively walks backwards on you?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
No. Yeah. Real question. I'm saying, that's my point. So I realize it's not grammatically correct or descriptive of the weapon that I actually have in my hand. I'm saying, like, isn't it just the same? Doesn't matter what weapon you have, whether it's a clip or a mag? Or is that, am I just imagining it? Like, in video game terminology I'm talking about. Like I one clip that guy. Isn't that always around? Or am I making it up? Might be making it up. I know it's a funny question, but there was another. There's another saying that people often use. I'm trying to think of what it was like, and it's also not correct, but it's just a saying. What is it? What's the other one that's just like that? So this build's pretty good, but I think we still need stronger healing. Because we want to be able to heal through a one-on-one. We want to be able to heal through the punch. One-on-one. You know, obviously two guys, if you got them both bleeding, you're going to do better. But one-on-one, you want to be able to take on rogues, right? And this guy's crushing us here, so we need better heals. We need more heals. Maybe even more protection from elites. I mean, we're basically at peak protection from elites, so it has to come from the heals. So we need more regen, more repair skills, or something like that. And in this case, since we only have 1.1 million armor, regen isn't going to do a ton of help. So I think what we might want to do is swap out the regen pieces for repair skills, right? Because repair skills is going to be fixed. I like the verb dump. I like shake and bake. The both verbs. Shake and bake. I was just watching that today, Talladega Nights. I didn't watch all of it, but I got to that part where you kept saying shake and bake to Jean Girard. Jesus, tears also. Did he pick up his healing station? He did. He picked up his healing station. Do you see that? Can you do that, buddy? I didn't know you could do that. You're evolving. They're evolving. AI is evolving around here. His healing station was down here. Okay, medic. Might as well kill this guy. So, but the reality is, I mean, we are in proportion here, so we obviously survived that with relative ease, you know. But there is a way to make this build godlier. If you don't mind slowing your time to kill just a little bit. And like where that comes into play, where it comes in handy is when you're playing against rogues and their time to kill is, they're a lot harder to kill. You need to be able to take a lot more damage, or same with named bosses and stuff like that, or big squads, jumping big squads. Like being a little on the more defensive side with this build can really come in handy, I guess. And so, if I remember right, all right, we got a Scorpio. Ooh, look at that. Triple God rolled Scorpio. God rolled. Right on. I don't need it, but isn't that nice? Who wants it? You want it? You want it? No, I have to crush it. Okay, so just gonna crush that. I can't afford to have duplicates of things, you know, so I end up having to crush it. Okay, so be able to sustain more damage. So like one thing is getting rid of Wicked and putting on bonus armor there, so that helps against rogues, like when we take on like really tanky targets. There's also so there's adrenaline rush. We could also put on the double heals. So if we put on double heals and then put on shock and awe, and then that would bump up to 20% of heals. Or we could take these headshot damage attributes, right? These headshot damage, and put on like repair skills. So that right there alone would be 40% repair skills. I'm looking at this. Taking away the Murakami, making more use out of this could be handy too. So let me see here. Like basically that, right? Basically that. So double repair skills, and then you put strong heals on. It's the same but different, you know. So if we put that one on, right, and then change the crit chance into repair skills, and then ran another repair skills mod. It's basically like that, but with crit damage, right? So that's 40% repair skills, and then you put double heals on, and if those double heals are giving you about 50 to 60, about 60,000 repair skills, that's always going. That's 60,000 armor. That's like 60,000 armor regen. Think about that, right? So let's head to the White House real quick, because in order to do that, I want to put on Survivalist, and by doing Survivalist, I lose that 10% armor on kill, but that would give me I guess more sustainability against those really tanky guys or big groups. And I think that's what I would like to see. So a lot of that survivability, like what you just saw there, was part of it was me moving quite quickly, and so that I wasn't taking damage just by staying still. But sometimes you just get like stuck, right? Oh, Billy, that was such a good build. Chatterbox and Berserker, such a good build. Nothing quite like that anymore. I mean, all the models have changed, so it's much more reliant on armor. But I mean, yeah, there's pretty, I would say, like, no, I mean, there's nothing like that. I mean, you were invincible with those builds, right? Invincible. Okay, so here we are real quick, guys. So what I'm gonna do is let's get rid of that 10% armor on kill. Okay, we're gonna want, it said survivalist, so let's inspect this. So we got assault rifles. I'm gonna keep that. Let's drop the shotgun, pick up this. Okay, activate. Now for solo, you can use the Mender Seeker. For group play, use the chem launcher. But what I'm gonna do is put these are, I like doing these because these are really hands-free. So this is, and I know this works because I used to do this before a long time ago. So, oops. So we're gonna put heals on these, right? Okay. So that's base 22,000, base 21,000. So that's 40,000 armor back per second. 40,000, right? So what do we got right now? Regen wise, 23,000. So we'd be at 63,000 armor back per second without anybody bleeding. 63,000 without anybody bleeding, give or take. So we can make that stronger. So let's see here. Let's take away this real quick and let's put on some repair skills and see what happens. Boom. All right. We just added armor too, so keep that in mind. So now we're at 13,000 regen and 28 plus 30. So 58, 68, 71,000. Right? So now we're at 71,000 armor regen without anybody bleeding. So which would you have? Right? Obviously the 70. So we can, and that's why that's how this build's gonna shine. So let's load this up with crit chance again. We want this all to be crit chance so that we can play around with our other pieces. Okay. So we can still keep Wicked for now, but you could also, if you put bonus armor on here, you're unstoppable, just so you know. So we're at a crit chance now. So we're over 60, so I can shift some things around. Hold on a second. Might have too much armor. Let me drop this down to 1.1. I have a red version of this, right? Did I not? Red. Thought I had a red improvised here. Okay, let's go look at my stash real quick. I could change the gloves too, but I thought I had a red. No. Okay, let's look at the gloves. I don't want too much armor, so that's what I'm looking at here. So that one will work. Yeah. Okay, so that drops our armor down to where we need it. So now, so what I'll do is I'll take out some of that headshot damage and put on more repair skills. So we're gonna buff the repairs. See, what's good about repairs is it doesn't care how much armor you have. It's gonna heal you at the same rate. So that allows me to go more red on the build, basically. So where are we at stats wise? So we're at 58, 103, and then we got a headshot damage here I can change out. Huh. That's basically it. Okay, so that's one level up. So we might want to go, like if I had a good Sokolov backpack, that'd probably be best. But Grupo, we can go Grupo backpack. So the armor regen, is, you know, 1.1 million armor. What is armor regen right now? So 11,000. I mean, that's 1%, a little over 1%, right? Basically exactly 1%. So not that fancy, you know what I mean? So if we just drop this to, you know, Cheska real quick, just to show you, the armor regen would go away, right? So we got no armor regen. But now our heals are at 36,000 plus 40,000. So if that's 40, 50, 60, 76,000, right? 76,000. And if we have the armor regen, that's 86,000. So, but what I'm saying is that there's two ways to go. One with, like we could go like Grupo. I'll find like Grupo with Wicked, right? You can go Grupo with Wicked, or you could go Grupo with Adrenaline Rush. Adrenaline Rush will be the probably the final test. Like, do we go Wicked or Adrenaline Rush? And I remember always having a hard time figuring out which one I liked better. Always had a hard time. I would go back and forth. I was like, oh, maybe I like this one. Nope, maybe I like that one. Where is my groupos? I need a groupo that I can change out the backpack talent. Go wicked. Where's my groupos? Groupo. Okay. So that one I can't change. That one I can't change with Bloodsucker. That one I can't change either. That one I can't change either? What the? Huh. I feel like I'm missing a groupo that I could change the talent on. Versatile would be really interesting too, actually, guys, because Wicked doesn't disable when you switch weapons. So if we brought in a shotgun and just kept switching back and forth, we'd be pretty crazy, actually. So this one might be worth bringing with us. And then we'll just deal with what we got at the moment. So I can run Cheska and then adjust my crit out. Otherwise, like remove that. Let me see what that looks like. I did have another Cheska here that could modify. Or I thought I did. There it is. So if we put on this Cheska, for example, then I can, it might allow me to put on even more crit damage elsewhere. Where to go? This one. Okay. So where are we at? Crits rise 60. Okay. So we'll move that. That would end up being protection from elites, in case you're wondering. Actually, so with that. We'd want, that on. Protection from elites, we're at 73. So we're basically at max. And crit chance is at 60, so we're too high on crit chance, but I can take one of these off. Change it to crit damage. And we're still at 60. Okay. I mean, I can pull from the gun if I have to. It's not a problem, but that means I would obviously be better off with a Grupo. So if I pulled this, what are we at now? 58. So that's perfect. Okay. So let's bring in a mop shotgun. All right. And get also 10% armor on kill. And we'll put Wicked on that shotgun. Okay. You could also run Emmeline's Guard in the mop, so you can run that combo, but then let's put, this will need crit chance on it. Because it's a little lower on crits, right? Okay. So 58, 32. But we're gonna have, that's a major amp damage. That's 35% amp damage. So that's actually a big boost to the build. So 58, 132, and then 35% amp damage on top of it. So that's gonna be juice. Right, so let's put on that protection from elites backpack. Chill out. Ridgeways. Provides gloves. Chill out. Provides holster. Belson. Okay, so I am missing a mod. Let me find it real quick. Incoming repairs would also be nice if we had the mod slots, but I don't. It's probably in the backpack. Look here. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Strip that. Oh, God. Got too many mods. Jesus! Ridegways. Okay. Where are we at now? 80% protection from elites. Suspicious. That means we're too high. I can't put, I'm trying to put on another mod. I'm having a hard time. Okay, so 58, 144. So at 88%. So I want to strip this and see what I have now. 74. Okay, so that's good. That's good. That's good. 74 is where we want to be. So 13, 13, 13, 13, 12, 13. So it's annoying having to do so many mods. And yes, they all have a purpose. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I gotta delete more mods apparently. Fuck! So annoying. Yeah, I actually use all those mods, believe it or not. You know? And it's like, all I want to do is switch mods. There we go. Okay, so we're at 58, 144. And then I could put repair skills here back on again, right? Because we want strong skills. We want to heal through damage. And so I'll go ahead and put 1 income repair there, actually. That'll balance it out. All right, I think we got it. 58, 144. And then we got amazing versatile damage. Okay, repair skills. So it's a little bit of a rainbow build, right? A little bit of a rainbow build. And so we'll play around with the repair skills. That's the final thing to play with. So, and then we also have 10% armor on kill coming from that shotgun. So, yeah, system corruption is great. Is that I just don't really like my selection of pieces, and I don't get very much system corruption. I don't get good drops, so I don't have a good inventory on that. Billy 45, are you in the new world? Are you are you in Woni level 40? Back to New York? Is that what you're saying? Because if so, I recommend, you know, Countdown is really fast gameplay. And then, of course, if you could find a way to farm level 10 in the summit, it's the fastest I've seen level up. All right, so we need to remember to switch. So reprogramming brain. You could actually run this build with kinetic momentum on your chest too. And it's almost, I mean, it's arguably could be better than the Ridge's Pride chest piece, because kinetic momentum gives you 30% heal. You know what I mean? Oh, punch. You see that? Look at that healing. Watch the healing. We just took a lot of pain right there. Right? A lot of pain. No pain, no gain. Oh, I hate when they punch me. Fucks everything up. Fucks my game up. No. Absolutely not. See, still good time to, great time to kill on those non-elites. See that? Because you just want to get them out of your way, right? You don't want them to... A heavy gunner. Oh, fuck. That got hit with that shotgun or something. That hurt. That was a lot of pain. That was a lot of pain. So, what I gotta say is, like, imagine adrenaline rush on all of that, right? Imagine adrenaline rush. Of course, it would mess up with your time to kill. What's going on, dudes? Are they coming or not? Okay, they're not. I'm just gonna kill myself. So adrenaline rush would slow down your time to kill a little bit, but you would be so invincible in that situation with just adrenaline rush as a layer underneath all of that, and all of that healing would be happening underneath that layer of protection. You see that heavy gunner nailing on me, right? 2 of them. It's good I'm bleeding. We're doing good. We're doing good. But see, your heals try to run away. You gotta keep your heals corralled. Oh, I forgot. We're supposed to be switching fucking guns. We got a lot more power. God damn it, I already forgot. Switching. Remember all the AM power we got from Versatile? I forgot. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a fucking warhound back here. God damn it. I'm running. So you just gotta check your reloads, right? Switching, like right here. Fuck you, dog. So what I mean is when you switch weapons, don't forget to tap reload because it sucks to go back to a weapon and it's got no ammo. Yeah, okay, so with versatile, you're gonna be a cold-hearted killer.
Incoming hostiles detected.
I knew it.
You're not going anywhere.
Switching. Looks so, we got no ammo anywhere. My bad. So reload. I hope I have ammo in that shotgun. I wish there was a way to see without switching.
Target's getting near.
Do you guys like switching guns with versatile, or does it annoy you? It pays dividends though, doesn't it? It's like, Jesus.
Friendly down.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Really? You still got me? I just busted that shit. I just busted your shit. How did you do that? Is there somebody else?
In need of backup.
Ah, I see ya. This build's a beast, guys. It's a beast. It's one of my oldies but goodies, technically. It's not to the exact proportion, but back in the day when I created this, the chill out mask didn't exist. So it's actually an updated of that build. For my old videos, when I started my channel. Yeah, I mean, we were pretty fucking invincible there, right? Look at that. Oh, they're only running 1.2 million armor. 2 armor cores. The Gila's pushing it a little higher, right? So 1.150, yeah. 75% protection from elites. What's our crits? 58, 144 with tons of amp. 35% amp damage. Oh, we forgot to put sadist on the shotgun. It can get better, it can get better. So yeah, it can get stronger. So when we flip over to the shotgun, so you don't want close and personal because it'll deactivate when you switch back to your SMG, and you don't want that. So you want sadist. This is actually versatile with sadist is amazing because I mean I like it better than Wicked, right? Because we're playing inside 15 anyways, right? And Wicked gives you, what is it, 17%, 18% weapon damage. But this is 35% amp damage, and all you got to do is switch weapons. And by doing so, you're also picking up 10% armor on kill. And you're not missing that damage to targets at a cover slot because you got 35% amp damage. Plus 20% weapon damage to bleeding targets if we put on the right one, right? So let's go ahead and do that next. And then I got to say, if you want to go even crazy tankier, then you put on adrenaline rush, and they have a really hard time killing you because you just throw yourself at a mod and it just keeps refreshing on them, right? That bonus armor just keeps refreshing, and all you got to do is basically get them to miss a few bullets from time to time, and you stay alive forever. And it's even, you know, even against, oh, that's interesting. Even against, what do you call them? Rogues, you know, they have really a hard time killing you because that bonus armor just keeps like, you're healing underneath that bonus armor, right? And it's like, and it keeps resetting on them every 5 seconds. No, Mr. Bambo, I was thinking like it'd be nice to see like, I think maybe you're saying that like I can't see like here, like when I'm shooting and I'm fighting, like, and I want to switch to my shotgun. I don't know how much ammo is in my shotgun right now, right? And so I'm like, if I switch over to my shotgun, what if I have no ammo and I'm in a critical fight moment, you know? And I switch over, And I'm like, damn it, I have no ammo. Then I have to reload, right? I was like, it'd be nice to see how much ammo is in your other weapon. Is there a way or am I missing it? Okay, let's go put on the right talent there. Oh, is it by my health bar? Okay, I'll take a look. Huh, I might have never noticed that. Let me take a look. Let me take a look when I arrive. If I can. Actually, it won't let me because I'm going to end up at the White House. But when I travel back, let me just change this talent real quick. I do want to show you guys the Adrenaline Rush version too. So let's make sure we got a good Adrenaline Rush with this. So that would basically hold. That one would too. So, okay, we got Adrenaline Rush options. Ideally, we'd have it on the same exact backpack, but... So we want this to be Sadist. Oh, so what backpack are we wearing? Grupo, we're versatile, so... So Walker's fine. Walker's fine. Okay. So let's head out and then I'll see if I've been overlooking a little detail this whole time. Thanks for responding, boys. All right, so you guys are saying I could see. Okay, so I see the three little bars, right? The three little bars. Is that what you're talking about? So I see 8, 6. Are you saying it's 6? Is that right? Let me take out a shot. No, there's 8. I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah, okay. Wow, you know what's funny, dude? Like I never pay attention to those little numbers. You're totally right. Okay. So I got 5, right? Yeah, all right. That's funny, man. I never paid attention to those little numbers. That's funny. It's been there the whole time. I'm an idiot. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the Idiots Club. Tux. Thanks, guys. Funny. I just been ignoring those little numbers, apparently. Well, the special ammo, I never ignore, of course, but like... That's the number. It's that I guess that takes my eyes as special ammo. But okay, so we'll test this now that we got the right shotgun talent, and then what we'll do is test Adrenaline Rush. You're gonna want to see Adrenaline Rush. Adrenaline Rush makes you like you're unkillable, and I'll be like, yes, I am, sir. Sirs. Woo! There's a lot of boys there. Turned around, it was 4. I didn't know. Thought there was maybe 1 or 2. Let's try that again. Time to kill is nice, though. So the reality is you should start with your shotgun, right? And then switch over to your SMG. Back, forth, back, forth. I might not have had my heals down either before. Gotta have the heals. You gotta heal through the pain. Whoa. He just fucking deleted. Oof. You seen that? God damn it. Fuck you, red guy. Double animation on the reload. Stupid. God damn it. Nothing's changed, just bad gameplay. He's gonna get punched. He won't. He picked me up. Come on, come on. Get it in there. Oh, come on. Oh, yes. Oh, man, but we are in a bad spot. Oh, we're having a tough time, guys. Look at that. Riot foam, electrocution, like everything. And the enemies are disappearing on me. Okay. Let's get this shit together. Ooh, there was a lot going on there. Oh, it's a little too much right there. A little too distant, I think. You know what I mean? They were just a little too spread out. Probably needed to add a tuck and roll in there.
Guarding location nearby. Heavily armored hostile detected. Serious trauma detected.
Ah, damn it.
Agent out of action.
Shoot around corners fast. But dude, that was a nice kill on that boss, huh? Okay, we're gonna run Adrenaline Rush next. Time to kill is great on this. You're still vulnerable a little bit though, right? It's mostly on approach, I think. You know what I mean? I don't know. I wonder, like if we go adrenaline rush, do we then turn to the chameleon? You know?
Switching position. Capture the target.
Okay, where's this last guy? How did he get all the way up here? Where is he? There he is. That felt great. A lot of fun. Okay. Oh, here's rogues. Speak of the devils. Let's ammo up. I'm gonna go ahead and test this with the rogues with the adrenaline rush, so you guys can see that, because it's a really good example. So, so I guess
Rogue Stinger Hive detected.
gonna do that one. And then, I mean, you could go either chameleon, sadist, whatever you want, but we're no longer switching weapons, and armor on kills not much of a factor anymore with when you're taking on enemies like rogues, right? So see how it does here. So he's gonna have a really hard time, right? The hardest time is getting him just to hold still, so that we can get land clean shots. So adrenaline rush is a big addition to the build. Obviously, it takes away your time to kill, especially when you're running versatile. But I mean, look, they're having a real hard time pulling down my armor, right? And the chameleon does replace it, because remember, once you get your stacks with the chameleon, I mean, that's 90% weapon damage. There it is.
Supply room access.
I mean, it's good rogue build. Really good rogue build. It's been a while since I tested in hunters, against hunters. I feel like protection from elites on the hunters is not that great. I mean, it's all right. What do you guys think about protection from elites on hunters? People say it works, but I feel like,
Location nearby.
I don't know. I've used it in there against hunters. I'm like, it doesn't feel like it works, you know? And that's because they hit so fucking hard. They hit so fucking hard, it's just like, whatever. Might as well not be running it. Reaper's like, yes, chameleon. Reaper loves the chameleon, huh, Reaper? I was once hooked on the chameleon. And I haven't turned away from it or anything like that. I just used it so much. I started using other weapons, but I still think I probably love my police M4. Obviously, it doesn't work with every build. I mean, it can. I guess it can, but my police M4 is my ultimate. My ultimate get her done. Okay, so let's go rock this one and another control point. But as you can see, it's a major lift on the build. If you don't mind, you have when you're in your stacking period on the chameleon, there's a little lull in your time to kill. But once that picks up, you're just like destroying everything, right? So, you know, it's up to you. Sadist, I've always had a hard time deciding, do I like the chameleon or the sadist with this build? You know, I think that in the end though, the chameleon would bring more value. It's just that you have this lull and you gotta, you know, it's tough though. It's tough though. Without the chameleon, again, you can bring in the perfect finisher. You could play the what do you call it? The versatile 35% AM damage. I mean, that's big burst damage, right? Yeah, a lot of people love that Carbine 7, huh? You're not alone there. Tap that ass.
Reinforcements en route.
There's more of it.
So we got that purple guy. So you got to have a good situational awareness. You got to know that there's some non-elites out there shooting at you too. All right, so we're charged up. So you'll see our time to kill increase. Oh, that body flopped nicely, didn't it? And you got to press a lot with this one. You got to press a lot because that's what adrenaline rush is about, right? Playing in close. So you got to press or else you're not getting bleed and you're not getting bonus armor and then you're vulnerable. Where'd that guy go?
Detecting high threat enemy patrol. Hostile detected.
Oh, we had that. Who was that? Who was that? Where'd that come from? There's somebody back here. Oh, there he is. That medic in the back. Because we had that shit. That was a fucking hell of a fight right there. Where's my support? Where are they? Nowhere to be found? These fucking losers. Every time. Okay, killing ourselves. Okay, that was a purple medic in the shotgun to the back. God damn it. Look, I can't fast travel to anything. There's nobody to go to. Oh, it's so frustrating. Yeah, Grumpy, I gotta say too, I'm not really that fond of Carbine 7. I think it's a lot of hype. I think a lot of content creators might have hyped up that gun. The Carbine 7, I gotta say that, I mean, I used to use it back in the day just because one day I picked it up and I tried it, like way back in the day, and I didn't survive. I mean, it didn't last more than maybe 2 or 3 weeks with me before I moved on, you know? The Police M4 has always stayed up there. I've tried the FAMAS here and there, but the handling on the FAMAS sucks and the burnout's not worth it. And so, but the P416 I do like, which is in the category of the Carbine 7. Now, I recently had run a P416 with, tried the P416 with rate of fire on it and then measured, and then a 4-piece striker. And that P416 feels actually better than the Police M4. But yeah, I've never really got the whole Carbine 7 thing. I mean, the power on it is not that great. The weapon handling is okay. There's some that are better. There's some that are worse. It really is a middle of the road assault rifle, and I think that's why maybe it does appeal to a lot of people because, you know, middle of the road. You know what I mean? Like I get it. Getting wailed on here. Fuck. There's so many guys here. Fuck. Wow. We're still going. That fucking turret up there, right? Thank God it's... Ah, I can't hit it. There, finally. Fuck. Holy shit, though. Holy shit. That was a lot of heat. Most of the... Oof. We're almost dead there, right? Just whittling them away. Oh, come on. There we go. That was pretty amazing. I mean, the survivability. Oh. Lots of range right there, right? The guys on the towers. They were waiting for us. So this build and the deflector build are the only builds that I've created for the Ridgeway's Pride that I've actually liked personally. And I have a few variations of the same build, different levels of repair skills, basically. All right, so we're fully proctor. And delete. All right. Oh, fighting this guy's the worst. He's launching his grenades. There he goes. Oh. Fuck. Oh, no, reload. That was a reloading. God damn it. We had that. We had that. Oh, he's gonna finish me. Fuck you. God damn it. Oh, I gotta go back to that. Yeah, but anyways, that's annoying. But that's pretty cool. But it's still, you know, the proximity thing. So this is what I gotta say. I think that probably like, so the thing is it's a proximity thing. So the bonus armor, like if you were able to acquire bonus armor like the memento does, whereas, you know, once you grab it, well, I don't know if the memento's a good one. Like, if you can get like the bloodsucker, wait, let me think about it. I guess it's more about the time than anything. I guess I would say it's like 5-second cooldown, turns off, turns on, turns off. Yeah, Larry Cummings, we do build reviews, and he's asking if you can send builds in the Discord. So there should be links dropping in the chat to Discord, but yeah, I'm able to look at builds there. I don't really do it by email. So it'd be nice. I like more bonus armor. It'd be really cool. So here's the catch, like, Ridgeway's Pride, like the best bonus armor in the game, I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. So the best bonus armor in the game comes from Heartbreaker, when you say. But has anybody tried Heartbreaker with Ridgeway's Pride? I feel like it's kind of a waste. Do you? Is it? And the reason why is because, you know, when you get so much bonus armor, you don't need the regen. You know? We did increase our armor though, didn't we? With that round, I didn't notice that actually. We were running at 1.2 before. So it's okay to increase your armor because you got bonus armor, so you want to do that. But yeah, I don't know. Which ones do you guys like? Do you like Wicked, more damage, or bonus armor? It's a tough call. It really is. Let's put back on Wicked because we didn't run Wicked with the Chameleon, did we? Yeah, we did right before. Actually, we did before the. We did it before the Rogues came, didn't we? Or were we running Versatile with that one? Well, we were running... I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. I don't remember. I think we were running Grupo with Versatile before that, weren't we? We were, because I don't have any Cheska or anything like that. So it would be interesting to try. I mean, unfortunately, I only have the Wicked on that one backpack. Where's our crit chance here? 40. That's good. I think it'd be worth trying Wicked with the Chameleon again. Yeah, I totally agree, Grumpy. It's just like you might as well just run the chest. Yeah. Yeah. So where are we here? So we're at 62. So I could put protection from elites back here. I want to try this because we didn't try this, I don't think. Sorry if we did, but I don't remember trying this combo. So I would rather have this on like a Grupo or a Fenris backpack, but I just don't have that Wicked on there. I'm gonna check the stash one time real quick. So, let's have a Golem with perfect Wicked. Is that better than what I got, you think? I mean, Bloodsucker. I got Cheska, but we don't really need Cheska. That'd be more crit chance. We really don't need that. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but... And then there's Bloodsucker, if you're chain killing. But, okay. So, we're going to try it this way. 1% more regen. Fine. And then a 40, 127. Of course, we're going to get 50% more crit damage and 90% more weapon damage and 20% more crit chance. So, all from the gun. Adaptive instinct. So, this is good. So... and then we're back to 75% protection from elites. All right. And I got incoming repairs here. So So let me just switch this to repair skill so you can see the true number. Okay, because it's harder to imagine that. So 36 and 40. So let's call that 40 and 35. So that's 75,000 heals per second, right? Before the regen. And then we also have 11,000, so 75. So we're at 86,000 regen per second, armor per second before ridgeways, right? 86,000 armor back per second before ridgeways. So that's why this works. And then the bonus armor is what makes you feel invulnerable at times. But what we're gonna do now is go back to Wicked so that we could just kill a little bit faster and then try to determine which one we like better. It's always been tough for me. I think in the end, with this type of build, Adrenaline Rush is, I think, always where I ended up going to, because it just really shines when you're up against a boss or a rogue. You saw the rogue fight, right? And we're just like, yeah, rogue, you can't kill me. And that's a pretty cool feeling to have, you know? Pretty cool feeling to have. And that feeling translates over to legendary when you're fighting Chungas. And when you're fighting, I mean, they can eventually kill you, right? You got 3 Chungas shooting at you, but you do last a long time. And that's just a really cool feeling. That's just unique. And isn't that what we're looking for when we're creating new builds? It's just a unique feeling or sensation. And sometimes we just get tired of feeling squishy, right? Just get tired of being squishy. We got a little bit of a buff. There we go.
Reinforcements complete.
Somebody behind me? Where did you come from, dude? You're hiding in the corner, huh? I know there's more hiding around here somewhere. Good crits.
I'm not doing too good.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Should have stayed out of it, agent.
Delete. He went down quick. Shit, I'll go for all headshots, so I don't waste. I guess I did.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Kind of got to time out your aggressiveness with your gun a little bit, right? Fuck you, dude. I'm not gonna chase you down the street. Yeah, I kind of like this one better. I mean, you do got to be a little bit more careful just when you're in big mobs, but time to kill is nice. It helps your chameleon. While your chameleon is unstacked, you still got some. God damn it! I missed all his weak points right there. Wasted a whole mag on his fat ass backpack.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, still on. Gone, gone, gone. Scud isn't that great from far away. Look at the double turrets that's hanging out there. Look at that one.
Agent in need of backup.
There it is. Yeah, I think I do like this one better, I guess, for now. Bellstone's fine. Nothing wrong with Bellstone, but you know, you can get away with something else there too. You can go Fenris if you run the Chameleon. Grupo, Chameleon. Probably better off with Fenris. That way you're when you're under critted, you're still getting the most out of your backpack. You know what I mean? So
Supply room access.
when you're at 40%, when you don't have your crit chance buff, you get, you know, you're gonna level out that full 10% from the backpack. The drop gear, yeah. Yeah, flatline would work too. You'd have to change a bunch of things. Get to figure out how to get a pulse. Actually, you'd have to change a different mask. You'd have to put on that one mask. Night Watcher? Yeah.
Right here with you. They're up to no good.
Yeah, so here's a P416. These drop a lot, by the way. Sometimes if you look at like what the enemy wears a lot, you know, you should try those weapons. KSG shotgun, P416. A lot of the enemies wearing those. You know, it's a good ones to give a whirl to. Yeah, so I think the heals, I guess if we round up on this, we're about 90,000 heals per second before anybody's bleeding. I think a lot of people say, I mean, I think like in sync is better, right? 30% weapon damage over 20% amp damage. I'm perfect flatline, assuming we're talking perfect. Wait, what is perfect in sync? Is that 40%? Let's say not perfect. I mean, right? Because I don't remember. Is perfect in sync? Do I have it? Do I have it? I don't. God damn it. I moved it out. I think perfect in sync is 40% weapon damage, right? 40 versus 20% amp. I think so.
Hostile control point identified.
And sync is way easier to use. It doesn't require a pulse, right? So, of course, it does require some sort of skill, which you're usually running anyways, obviously. And then depending on your build, you don't have to focus fire on an enemy if you don't want to, if you can't, right? Which if you're running spotter or if you're running the tactician type pulse on your laser pointer, then you have to focus fire with your skill and your weapon. So that can be a downside. And sync doesn't. You could be shooting at 2 different targets. Your skills could be shooting at A and your gun could be shooting at B. God damn it. See that heals? You guys watching that heal? They eventually gave up, and look, we're at full heals. Ah, fuck you in that fire. Dizzy. God damn, why am I... When did they start making dizzy, a fire being dizzy? That was not a thing, and if it was a thing, it was definitely not noticeable. Like when you catch on fire, being dizzy, like it wasn't noticeable. And now, like when I catch on fire, like I can't fucking move because I'm so dizzy. It's just like it didn't used to be that bad. Oh, but when you're inside that 15 and that bleed range, man, your damage hurts them real bad. Like that, I'm satisfied with that time to kill. You gotta be inside. Gotta be inside. Oh, God, I dove. A lot of survivability with this. Oh, we're about to get our asses kicked, dude. God damn it. Yeah, there's just a little too much. We were completely surrounded. Look at that squad. That is a fucking attack squad if I've ever seen one. Don't do it. Don't do it. God damn it. It's the kind of the reloading that really got me killed. You know what I mean? Like the inability to continuously fire and you got 6 enemies around you, whatever. Now, if we had the bonus armor there, we would have been unkillable, right? So that's the difference right there in that moment. If we were running adrenaline rush, we would have survived. They would have had a really hard time killing us. We would have had enough that would have bought us the time to reload and wipe them all out. But so that, you know, so if you want to live in those moments, if you wanted that moment to work for you and be just as aggressive and whatever, you would want your adrenaline rush. There's basically no way around it, I think. Or you're just gonna have to play a little bit more timid. You know what I'm saying? Play a little bit more timid. Does that make sense to you? I'm trying to collect more Heraldi. Heraldi's a really good 4-piece setup, so. Yeah, you can also, yeah, good point, actually. You know what? You could also run. The problem with the Eagle Bear is that, you know, here's the problem with the Eagle Bear with the setup. You got a good point, whoever brought that up, was Mr. Wright. Yeah, totally with the Striker build. I love the Eagle Bear Striker, but I love anything with the Striker, actually. You know which one I'd like really with the Striker was the, what were we playing with, guys? It was the Bighorn. Bighorn Striker, of course. Also, we put the Bighorn, didn't we put the Bighorn on 4-piece Foundry and also love that? I think we love that too. Anyways, Striker makes everything feel amazing. It's, I think, my favorite set in the game. But, yeah, oh, I was gonna say the Eagle Bear. The Eagle Bear doesn't work with Ridgeway's Pride, right?
Hostile control point nearby.
I mean, not really, because when your enemy is, when you're immune, you can't heal. And so you're regenning everybody and making sure everybody's bleeding, and it's just like you can't heal, so it's just like. And so I'm always really considerate about how I create my Eagle Bear builds. It's like, basically you want it all red, all massive red, you know, in my opinion. Because it's all about getting the 3 kills, right? Get your 3 kills. Get your 3 kills. Okay, this will be a hell of a fight. Let's try this over. Look at all these guys. Oh, really? Right where I fucking jumped? That's where that grenade went? God damn it, now I'm dizzy. That's just not fair. Look at all that fire. Look at that swimming pool of fire. Oh, come on. Not nice. See, Ridgeway's Pride isn't helping us at all here, right? Nobody's bleeding, so we gotta go in. God, they always rifle me. They're so accurate with that foam. Watch the reloads, right? It's the reload. When you're surrounded by enemies, you don't have time to reload. Hold still, buddy.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected.
Let's bring the fight to them now, huh? Really? God damn it. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Fucking hate rifle. Oh my god, that hurt.
Serious trauma detected.
Alright, we're healed.
Who did we lose? Face me! Shit!
Come on, get off the ledge. So we got a little perfect finisher in there.
Incoming backup request.
Get the fuck away from me!
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
A lot of guys still alive.
Got a friendly down. Get too close. Throwing the frag. One more shot.
God damn, stuck in the trash.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
God damn it, it's stuck again. So much trash. I can't believe you can't walk over trash.
Serious trauma detected.
That won't save you!
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Friendly down.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Woo wee! Where is she? Come on.
Incoming hostiles detected.
More? Jesus H! No! Get out of that fucking shit. Fucking hate rifle. Jesus Christ. See how they get distance on you? That's dangerous, huh?
Stay right there!
They're everywhere, man.
Let's not die alone out here.
Hostile supply convoy nearby.
I can't see. Bad agent.
I find it hard to believe there's still more bad guys. What? What? Where? Defend? Okay, I'm defending. So where? Where? Over here, okay. God damn, bold. Still, stop walking sideways. God damn it. It's a sideways walk bullshit, you know? I think we're almost to the bottom of this pit.
Can't get to business. That was nothing.
There it is. Good fight.
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah, it would be fun to use the chatterbox in this, I see. I think that'd be fun. Fortunately, I don't have it. You could just throw it on here. I mean, I have it. It's just another character. Yeah, so I don't know, that was pretty cool, you know. But you can see, like, I mean, what do you guys think? The enemies are pretty spread out. Remember what I was saying? Like, it's rare that you get that 48%. It's really rare, right? There were a couple of moments where we were probably getting it, but for the most part, they spread out so fast. You're really, we're probably averaging that 6 to 12% regen at best. There's so many one-on-one engagements in there that it's really 3%, you know. But it worked, and that's what matters. But there's so many layering of systems in here to get it to work, the Ridgeway's Pride. And this is one of the few builds I've liked with it. Of course, you can run it with like a Foundry Bulwark shield build. You can run it with The deflector works really well with it. It's probably one of my favorites outside of this build is the deflector. Just because the bullets deflected cause Ridgeway's Pride to bleed. Smith's morning. But that was a hell of a battle, though, I gotta say. There was so many enemies. I was almost getting exhausted. They were almost wearing me out of exhaustion. It's like, God, there's still more? How can there be more? To the point where I had to keep my eye on the ammo. I don't know if you guys were watching it too, but I was keeping my eye on the ammo. And luckily, they were dropping lots of ammo as I was getting kills. That kept me going. But, yeah, so let me show you the build. So basically it's max protection from elites, but it's the heals are really part of it. So you're healing through the damage, and bleeding edge doesn't do it alone. And so we're compensating for the bleeding edge's weaknesses by having high heals. So as you can see, this is healing at 39,000. This is healing at 36,000, right? So that's basically 40, that's 75,000, right? And then if you look at our regen, we got another 11,000. So that's 86,500. And then if you say you're averaging, let's just say realistically 6 to 12%. So let's just say 10% between those two numbers. And then just for easy numbers sake, so you're probably at on average 95,000 heals per second with this on average, right? And that's sometimes you're crazy, and sometimes you're not getting anything from Ridgeway's Pride. Sometimes you're getting a lot from Ridgeway's Pride. So, you know, the reality is though, is you're between 6 and 12% most of the time, most of the fights. So anyway, so we got, so the equation really is, well, you're gonna want no less than 1.1 million armor, in my opinion. Okay, because you got to be able to take a punch, and so that's what the 1.1 million armor is there for, so that you could take some punches. This Bellstone piece isn't really necessary for the build, I'd say. So you can go more power, like with Fenris, if you decide to go with the Chameleon, and the Chameleon's bringing a lot to the table. So if you want to go with Chameleon, probably Fenris. Wicked is a good option. If not, then go Grupo. You could even go Alps, right? If you can get rid of the skill tier, like a red Alps with a Wicked, right? And so otherwise it's crits and repair skills, crit damage and repair skills. If you want to go without the repair skills, then go headshot damage. If you don't like rolling 40% crit chance, then go more crit chance. Now I like going 40% crit chance because I like playing into the adaptive instincts. So you get 90% weapon damage from body shots for 45 seconds once you're full stacked, and then you get 20% crit chance. So that brings us to 60 crit chance plus another 50 crit damage. So that takes us to 60% crit chance and 175% crit damage, 80% headshot damage. And then of course we're at 75% protection from elites. So, and then we are using the Heal-Guard mask, double protection from elite mods, crit damage armor. And then, of course, this chest piece for all that bleeding edge. We're looking for the bleed to activate the backpack, but also for the regen. We're getting 13% protection from elites from that mod. And then here's the holster. This is improvised, weapon damage, crit damage, repair skills, more protection from elites. And basically the same thing, except I got double repair skills. That's because if I added protection from elites there, we'd go over the cap, and we don't want to do that. And then the gloves are basically more of the same: crit damage, repair skills, and crit damage. And then of course the backpack. So we're getting wicked from the bleed, but you got to be in range, right? Because the bleeding, I mean, if they're still bleeding out of range, they're still getting that damage, of course, but you got to activate the bleed inside 15 meters. So again, you can run a different backpack. Fenris is probably the ultimate, otherwise Bellstone or an Alps Summit, as long as the Alps is all red-ish. I'd probably want that headshot damage to more repair skills, so I can be even more godlier, and I could actually lower that crit damage for more repair skills too, if I wanted to. But either way, this build really worked. Really worked. And then the Chameleon, of course, you can run Wicked on a different variation of a weapon. And then we're running Survivalist. I really like Survivalist with this build. I like the double heals. Okay, so but it's also giving us 10% protection from elites, but the double heals is nice. Those are strong heals. 39,000, 36,000 for a total of 75,000. You know, so that's strong heals. That's before that's before bleeding edge, but it's also compensated for when bleeding edge isn't active. Now, if you don't like this Mender Seeker, like if you're playing groups a lot, then switch the Mender Seeker to the chem launcher, the healer chem, and then just double tap for your heals, right? Just double tap it. And so this is a stronger heal. The downside of this is that you do have to, it's not hands-free per se, plus you gotta, stay in your cloud. Now the Mender Seeker is a cloud also, right? It does produce a cloud also. So technically you have to stay in your cloud here. So the benefit of the Mender Seeker is that it's hands-free. It's just constantly following around and squirting green juice everywhere. So anyways, pretty cool build. This is one that I created a long time ago, and it's kind of bringing it back to the surface. And it's because I think it played out better than the Foundry Bulwark. So we ran this with the Foundry Bulwark, that chest piece with Foundry, and this just did better, and I think we found that the resistance was necessary, having that resistance, not just the repairs. So yeah, Mr. Right, yeah. So you got the red and purples are not really an issue, right? As you can see, and so of course anybody shooting you at the back, even if they are an elite, can take you down. So it's really not. What I've found is that protection from elites. This is what I've kind of concluded even lately, because I came up. We've been running 77% protection from elites in legendary, and I'm really loving it. It brought great survivability, but legendary has less elites than heroic content, right? Heroic is basically like, well, I don't know, what do you guys say, like 65% elites? I mean, the whole second wave is pure elites. Right, the whole second wave is pure elites, and the first wave is a mixed crowd, of course. But when you go into legendary and there's less elites, but what I've found is that it just always comes down to situational awareness. It doesn't really matter, right? It's like your proportions. The elites are always, how do you say, not just more resilient to your damage, but they're always more slippery. They got better moves. They play smarter. They, when you're spawn trapping, elites are more likely to get out, and that's because they're more resistant to your damage. They're also just smarter and faster and less, for all the reasons that they are. And so, elites are just harder targets to fight, right? So they tend to get out. But either way, it just comes down to situational awareness. As you can see, I would always know where my purple targets were throughout that whole entire major fight, and I would eliminate him first. And the cool thing about non-elites is that they're the easier ones to kill. And so that's why they're really never a problem. They just die so easily, But it's always going to come down to situational awareness. And like if you find you're surrounded by 6 purples, then yeah, maybe pounce back into cover. But and it's the same thing. And it's also the same thing with the chameleon, right? Like if you find that you're not fully stacked, you're also not doing more damage on enemies. Doesn't matter what color they are, right? So you do have to, that's situational awareness too. Be aware of your damage potential and play accordingly. You might want to be less in cover, but it doesn't matter. What I found in heroic, whatever the colors, protection from elites just brings way more survivability. But can you just stand there? No, not really. You got to get them to miss your bullets. You got to have the moves. A lot of this is, a lot of my survivability was more than just protection from elites, right? It was about, I was moving, I was watching my angles. I saw that purple guy 100 meters down the road. I saw him shooting at me. I know he's shooting at me. Sometimes I'm a surprise attacked and somebody's shooting me in the back. I don't know what color they are, but I don't like it when somebody shoots me in the back. You know what I mean? I gotta take care of that situation, regardless of what color they are. So just, if you're getting shot in the back, you got to move. Just because you're wearing max protection from elites, just because you're insane survivability against elites, doesn't mean you just stand there. And sometimes I do that just for demonstration purposes, but it's ridiculous in gameplay to just stand there. And sometimes I get it. Like, you probably do that, guys, because you're like in awe of your own build. You're like, oh my God, I'm so resistant. I'm just going to stand here and appreciate it for a second. You know what I mean? Maybe take a selfie. But the reality is, no, you got to be moving. You got to get them to to miss shots. And so I take, like if there's an enemy right there, I take the long way around, get him to miss the shots, take wide circles, and then square up on him, right? And so, but you know, it's the same old story. Like the whole thing about, oh, but there's, you know, this is the thing. Like, look at your time to. It's always about your time to kill. So look at your time to kill against non-elites. Okay. Now, if you have a hard time killing non-elites, then yeah, you're probably gonna have to take off some of your protection from elites for more crits or something. But if you noticed on this build, even without the chameleon buffs, we were deleting non-elites like they weren't even there, right? They were really easy to kill, right? And so there's like this certain threshold I found in certain builds, like it doesn't matter, like, and maybe this is it. Maybe it's like about 125%. Like when you're at about 125%, let's just say, I don't know for sure. Like, but around there, like non-elites are just, they're deletable, right? And any crit damage you add to the build after that is really for those tanky elites or bosses or something like that, right? Like to get your time to kill better on those elites. You know, but not so that's sort of the gauge. Like if you have a hard time killing non-elites, then yeah, back off your protection from elites. You need more damage, you know, but for me, the non-elites were never really issues here. We can do one more demonstration if you guys want. But that's the age-old argument. It is like, oh, but there's so many, and there's not always protection from elites, and so for those instances, you know, protection from elites isn't working for you when you're facing non-elites, but those guys aren't the issue, right? They never really are in this game. It's usually the elites, and that's what I found in Legendary. You know, when lately I've been going into Legendary this whole week, and I've been running that 77% protection from elites build, and I don't usually do that on Legendaries. And Legendaries, I'm usually like 35% protection from elites on most of those builds that I even have protection from elites on, and I'm like, you know, that's enough, and that's because in a Legendary content there is more non-elites than there is elites. In heroic content, there's so many elites, it's ridiculous. You know, they've made it really hard in heroic control points, especially, not necessarily missions. In missions, it's a little easier. There's less non-elites. But, and so for heroic, I usually wear more protection from elites than I do in Legendary. But lately, I've realized, like, those Legendary NPCs, even if there's only 2 out of 10 elites, if there's 2 elites and 10 non-elites, I found that those non-elites are such a pain in the ass that it's worth it. They're the ones that I'm having a pain in the ass killing. They're the ones that are, see here, so I'm mindful of my biggest threat. So I see like, oh, I got a couple of red guys here, so I'm gonna delete them. And as you can see, they're so easy to kill. He actually died from my bleed, right? Now watch this yellow guy. He's more of a pain in the ass, isn't she? Isn't she? She's how do you say? Slippery. That's the word I like to use for him. She's slippery. She's dodging more of my bullets. She's tucking and rolling better. And then I'm mindful, like, watch how easy he will, but I do have my buff, but he's easy to kill. He's not a threat. You know what I mean? Now, a purple guy shooting you at range is a threat, but so is the yellow guys. Anybody shooting you at range is a threat when you're out of cover. Any color. I don't care what color they are. You know what I mean? So, but I would just say, like, when it comes to protection from elites, protection from elites alone sucks. I've always said that. Protection from elites all by itself sucks. You have to be able to heal from the damage you're taking from elites, or it's just not worth it. So yeah, protection from elites is not the answer to everything, right? But there's some gameplay where it's like really beneficial, and heroic control points is one of those. Heroic content, rogues, bosses, what'd you call the end of Distributing Arena, resisting that pulse. It's really nice. Protection from elites makes you resistant to aggro's pulse. So here's a purple. So I'm conscious of him. I got him bleeding, so at least if he comes in range, I'm healing off of him, but he's gonna be easy to kill, so I'm not afraid of him, you know? I don't need protection from non-elites. Let me just put it that way. Maybe that's the best way to say it, right? You don't need protection from non-elites. But there is such a thing, right? And that's True Patriot. True Patriot gives you protection from non-elites. So here's a non-elite right here, watch. Like I have no, basically, I don't think I have buffs. Maybe I do. From the chameleon, but you don't need them. Reds are easier to kill than purples. So here comes a purple. I see him. So I'm going to tag him and I'm going to prioritize him. And boop. So facing off for purples is never a threat. It's always like if they're shooting you in the back and you're not aware of that. And yeah, that's just a bad situation to be in anyways, you know? So there's a red guy. He got the jump on me and I deleted him, right?
You're dead meat.
So right there, I mean, that's value to me, right? That was protection from elites right there. I was able to stand in front of that boss and walk her down the stairs while shooting her in the face. What's going on here? Oh, I walked right by him. And so it was valuable to me to be able to square off with her like that and all the other elites.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
And again, it's not the color that's the threat. It's always the distance of the enemy for me with these types of builds. When you got in turrets, like when somebody sets up 3 turrets and shit like that, it's like, oh, fuck. So I always bust these turrets. Get them bleeding. Yeah, so, but I recommend like for newer players especially, like, don't just go jumping into protection from elites. That's not going to be the answer for you and feeling good about this game. It's your situational awareness. It is. Protection from elites is, might buy your time, but as you can see, we have, when we do like our legendary speed runs, right? We don't wear protection from elites. We just go in all red, you know, right? Not always, but on some of our builds. So the purple guy's my threat. Easy kill. Focus on him, then the red guy. And so it makes the most difficult. So, and then the yellow guy, who's normally your biggest threat, is now my least threat, and that's who I focus on last, right? So I'm aware there's 3 enemies out there, and I only see 2 of them. So I am being mindful that there's a guy out there I can't see, right? And I don't know what color he is. I don't know anything about him. There he is. He's a yellow. And he's easy to kill too. And I'm not bragging about my easy to kill or my gameplay or anything like that. When I say like they're non-issues, they just are, right? They're just easier to kill. The yellows are always a more pain in the ass, and I'm not saying that because they're tankier, which is true, but I'm saying that because they're also just smarter. They send out the dummies ahead of them to, you know, to take your bullets away, and then they're the ones that are kind of sneakier on how they're going to kill you, or they dodge your bullets, they get you to miss, they cause you to reload, right? Yeah, there it is. And I didn't really feel threatened in that whole encounter, you know? But I mean, unless you're going all tank, so I will say, unless you're going on tank, just to be clear, unless you're going to be a tank and that's your role, is to say, I'm going to go all tank, time to kill is still the most important thing. Yeah, so let me say that. Time to kill is still the most important factor on your survivability, more than protection from elites. So, and that's basically what I've been saying this whole time. So, if your time to kill on those non-elites isn't there, then don't put on protection from elites until you get your time to kill where it needs to be. And I'm satisfied with this time to kill. Can it be faster? Of course. But I'm satisfied with it. So once I got the time to kill satisfactory and we were experimenting earlier, I was like, cool, okay, then more protection from elites or less or more, whatever. We tweaked a bunch of times, but we started with no protection from elites. Didn't we? Oh no, we had a little bit. We had 3. And then we ended up adding more. Yeah, but protection doesn't, from elites, that also doesn't work on any build. You can have too little and too much. If you have too little, you don't feel the effects of it on certain builds, right? Like, I'll put like 3 mods, 3 protection from elite mods on certain builds, like Heartbreaker, anything with bonus armor usually. So any memento build, anything with the memento trophies, I'll go ahead and run some protection from elites. Not all the time, but just sometimes. Depends on the build, right? And so anything that relies on bonus armor, I usually complement with protection from elites, because protection from elites will protect the bonus armor, and then it continues to protect your regular armor too. So that's why I like it there. Yeah, Mr. Wright, and I'm not saying, I appreciate you, Mr. Wright, just hearing me out. I'm not saying that, like, also, just to be clear, like, there's different perspectives on it. There's a lot of people that don't use protection from elites at all. I think some of the, like, just talking to content creators, for example, some of the content creators have been against or have been slow to adopt some of the old the content creators that have been around for a while, and you guys know who I'm talking about, but I'm just not gonna say their names. But they used to preach, protections from elites doesn't make sense. There's so many non-elites. They'd say basically the same argument, and now they're all using protection from elites. It took them a long time to realize, but it's just like, but the truth is that a lot of us, me included, I spend probably maybe less than most, but I'm up there. I would say probably 60% of my time on control points, if not more. The open world, let's just say. I don't do these missions anymore. But when you go inside these missions, right? These missions, the proportion of elites drops. When you're in control points, these are level 4 control points. You see the 4 there, they're all level 4. That means the amount of elites you're going to encounter is really high. And every now and again, you get rogues. They're also elites. But these are all elite control points. So really the non-elites are the minority and the elites are the majority here. And so, but when you go inside these, when I go play missions, I'm like, oh my God, these missions are so easy because there's hardly any elites. There's hardly any, right? And so they're so easy to kill. The non-elites are so easy to kill. And then also the spawns are memorizable. You can memorize the spawns. They'll basically always come out of this door and always come out of that door most of the time. But what I'm saying is like, but what I want to say is like, this isn't a catch-all build. This wouldn't work for every playstyle. I mean, some of you guys are going to put on this build and you're going to get fucking slaughtered, right? And you're going to be like, what is he talking about? This build sucks. I'm dying all the time. And yeah, that's going to happen. It really does. To play out of cover is just like, to play out of cover like you saw me with no shield. I hate shield, so I do a lot to not use a shield, And so there are some builds that absolutely kind of complement the shield, so I will use the shield because it's like, it just makes sense to use the shield with this one. But for the most part, I do everything I can to avoid the shield. And so, but playing out of cover without a shield, I mean, that is more experience than it is the build. I could do everything you just saw without protection from elites, without Ridgeway's Pride. I could do everything you just saw with the Hunter's Fury build. I could do everything you saw with the Regulus. No protection from elites. Zero protection from elites. I can do everything you saw with the Foundry Bulwark. 0 protection from elites. I could do everything you saw with Tip of Spear. It would be different though. I wouldn't be letting them shoot at me. I'd be shooting them in the forehead and blowing people up. And you know what I mean? Like, it would have been a different way. But my point is that what I mean by everything you saw is, I mean, the amount of time I'm spending out of cover. That is always my goal. With not always, but with so many of these builds, my goal is to always spend the maximum amount of time out of cover so that I can push on the enemy and spawn trap and clear the control point quickly. Unless I'm running a sniper, of course, right? But I even have point blank sniper builds. You guys have all seen those builds, and I love them. They're my favorite, right? So I can run and gun with this White Death and spend just as much time out as cover as you saw. And the reason why is for different reasons. And because of those different reasons, I don't need protection from elites. It's because my time to kill only requires one bullet, and there's nothing faster than a single bullet time to kill, right? And so I was also running Paratrooper SVD out of cover builds, right? Which was amazing. So we were point blank, no scope. As you can see, I have no scope on this SVD, and spending all this time out of cover 2 without protection from elites. I don't think we were running protection from elites on that build, but I can't really remember. But it wasn't full protection from elites. And my point is this: it's not me busting my ego and saying, "Oh, I'm the shit." Da, da, da. I don't care. What I'm saying is that it's this experience, situational awareness, and then the build, right? And then the build. And so all these control points I've played a million times. I know where the spawns are going to come out, and and I'm anticipating them. I'm already running to that door. It might be door A or door B, so I'm kind of waiting to figure out which one, and then I run there, and it's always about getting to shoot first before they do, so essentially getting to jump on them. And you probably do that too. All of you guys do. But as you know, that you weren't doing that on day one. You weren't doing that at watch level 100 per se. It took time to understand the control points and where they were coming out, and to memorize it and experience.
Requesting backup.
But my point is that protection from elites isn't the only way to get out of cover and stay out of cover. One-shot builds are, striker builds are, heartbreaker builds, high bonus armor, just different ways to do it, right? And so we're just showcasing that this is just one way to do it, but it's still about your ability to duck, dive, dip, the 4 Ds of dodgeball, whatever, 5 Ds of dodgeball, whatever it is. And then and understand the power of your build. I need to back off. Okay, now I can run out there because my chameleon is full stacked. I'm staying inside the bleed. There's a lot going on that I'm doing there that you may or may not have noticed, but I'm chasing these guys, trying to stay close to them because they're bleeding and I need that healing. And if they run away from me, then I'm not getting bleeding and they're going to kill me. And so, but then at the same time, my Mender Seeker's squirting juice. And so I got to stay in that juice cloud. So I'm balancing between those two things. I'm killing the purples first. I'm killing the reds first, even if they're not standing right in front of me. If there's an elite standing in front of me and a purple guy 30 yards out, I still shoot the purple guy first, or I try to, because the yellow guy's not a threat. Yeah, I'm basically invincible to him and all that stuff. So it's just, these are fun builds, but they're not, this isn't the final build of the Division 2, I don't know if there is a thing, but you guys have all seen also, just to say, Hunter's Fury, right? Hunter's Fury, you can basically go out there with 1.2 million armor and do basically everything you saw with Hunter's Fury. Everything you just saw, you can do that with Hunter's Fury with 0 protection from elites, but you can still die just as fast, if not faster. It's always about getting to jump on enemy and your flanking patterns, and it's same situational awareness story I just explained. So Hunter's Fury doesn't bring more survivability to the table. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Arguable. The point is that Hunter's Fury builds die just as fast as any other build can, if not faster, because you must get inside 15. And just like this one, you have to get inside 15 meters. That's a lot of pressure. So it's about the player. Can you play like that? Can you? And if you can't right now, you can eventually. It takes practice, right? You will. But it's exhilarating. They're all exhilarating. And so I like switching it up. This is an assault rifle version. You could also just put that same chameleon on a 4-piece Hunter's Fury. If you haven't tried that, give that a whirl, right? Right? But anyways, you've probably heard me rant. But yeah, I appreciate you hearing me out, Mr. Right. But my opinion isn't the only opinion. So I respect everybody's opinions and different ones as well. So, but anyways, I appreciate you guys. I'm going to leave it there. That's the build. Not much else to do with it. Again, from here, it's just you want adrenaline rush or not. And I think it's about your moves. You can definitely survive without adrenaline rush if you got some good moves to weave in and out of the enemies. But if you want to feel godly and impenetrable, put on the adrenaline rush, and that would be the game changer to this build. Anyways, appreciate you guys. You have a good night, and I will catch you on the flip.
Tuxedo out.
Notorious.
Raw flows, the last I've been